The ancient people weren't talking quantum physics, but they obviously knew quantum physics because they understood the nature of the vibration. Even though they live in a world like we live in the world that appears to be physical, this ancient wisdom was built into the Hermetic principles. The brain of a human has two parts to it. We say the mind, everybody goes, the mind, like there's one mind. I go, well, that's the problem right away. There are two minds. They're interdependent, and they have totally different functions.
I don't care how much knowledge is in your head. If that knowledge doesn't go into your subconscious, your life will stay exactly the same as it was. You can be the brightest, smartest academic. And I say, fine, did it change your life? And the answer is no. You have to take the knowledge that you are walking within your conscious mind and put that knowledge into your subconscious programming. And when you do that, you are all powerful in the creation of your own life.
Hey, it's Evan Carmichael, and I watch these videos every day because I need them for motivation. Being around successful entrepreneurs every morning helps me believe that I can do great things too. It's like your morning coffee, but for your goals, kickstarting your day with a blast of positivity. So here is a challenge for you. Try watching one video every morning for the next 30 days, and let's find out together if they help you do great things too. If you're in, leave a hashtag believe in the comments below so I can celebrate with you. So today, let's get some incredible motivation from the one and only Bruce Lipton. Believe.
The first principle from the Hermetic series is the principle of mentalism. Well, the concept that they're talking about is that our intelligence, our consciousness, our mental activity is what is actually creating the world that we live in. Well, that sounds like a really weird idea, but guess what? It is ultimate modern quantum physics. Even on the founding day of quantum physics in 1927, Max Planck, one of the founding fathers of this science, recognized that consciousness is creating our life experiences. How you are thinking and what you're believing and how you behave is actually manifesting the experiences we have in this world. Well, Planck gave us the idea that consciousness creates our life experiences. This idea from 1927 is as valid today as it was then. A recent article in the journal Nature, the most prestigious scientific journal on this planet, by Richard Conn Henry, a physicist from Johns Hopkins University, wrote an article entitled The Mental Universe. Well, I'm not going to go through all the details of the article because it's all summed up in the last sentence of the article. Quote, "The universe is immaterial. It's mental and spiritual. Live and enjoy." The concept that quantum physics has revealed is that our mental character is actually creating the world. Well, this is profoundly important just from a simple scientific point of view. For example, we talk about what we call the placebo effect. Someone has an illness, they take a drug that is told to them to be what they needed to heal themselves with, they take the drug, they get better. And then we find out that the drug they took was a sugar pill. So the question is then, what healed this person? And the answer was the positive thinking that resulted from the placebo effect. Well, guess what? There's a consequence of negative thinking. That's called the nocebo effect. And most of the illnesses on this planet can actually be really related back to negative consciousness. The nocebo effect is the opposite of the placebo effect. Yet both placebo and nocebo are mental constructions. And so basically what we have to understand is our thinking indeed is creating our world, and there's a difference between positive thinking and negative thinking.
The human brain is a computer. It's not like a computer. It's actually a far better computer than humans have ever created. But it is a computer and still has the same functions and basic operation procedures to it. When the old days when we would buy a computer, you'd go home and you push start and it boots up. And then I say, okay, let's do something. You go, oh, no, I can't do anything. I go, well, you got a brand new computer. The point is, no, first you have to put programs in the computer. And then you can access the computer via the keyboard, which is the creative part of the computer. The brain of a human has two parts to it. We say the mind, everybody goes, the mind, like there's one mind. I go, well, that's the problem right away. There are two minds. They're interdependent, and they have totally different functions. The latest evolution of the mind is right behind your forehead. It's called the conscious mind. It's the prefrontal cortex, part of the brain lobe right back here. That's the seat of consciousness. That's the seat of your spirituality, in fact. And I say, well, 90% of the brain back here is called the subconscious mind. I go, okay, so what's the difference? The conscious mind is creative. The subconscious mind is programs, just habits, hard drive, okay? Now, the issue about this is that with the conscious mind, we can be creative and do everything we want. But the conscious mind does two things, and one of them is look out your eyes like the windshield of a vehicle, and with wishes and desires, the conscious mind will take us on the road to where we want to go. But the conscious mind can think. I go, so what's the problem? I go, well, thinking is not looking out. Thinking is looking in. So the moment you start thinking, your conscious mind's not paying attention to the world outside here. I go, well, yeah, but what if you're driving the car and you start thinking? I go, well, almost everybody does it anyway. I go, it's kind of interesting because at some point you get so caught up in your head thinking, and then you look out the windshield and realize you haven't paid attention to the road for the last number of minutes, but hey, you're still on the road. Everything seems to be running okay. And I go, no problem, because the subconscious is autopilot. In other words, when the conscious mind is busy, the subconscious programs take over. You know how to drive a car, it's a program. Things that you know how to do, walk, talk, drive the car, do your job, these become habits. Habits are no thinking. Habits are just push the button, play the program. So the idea about that is, well, that's really cool because that makes our life a lot easier than trying to focus on everything in the world when you can just push the button. You can walk without thinking about walking, okay? So there's a great benefit to the subconscious. The problem that comes up with the subconscious is if you're thinking, you're not looking out the window, you're not paying attention to what's going on, and the subconscious steps in and takes over. And I go, well, what's the point? I go, well, we don't see our subconscious programs. We don't see them because they're playing while we're thinking. And I go, well, what's the problem? I go, well, 60% or more of the programs are disempowering, self-sabotaging, or limiting beliefs. So I go, well, what does that mean? I go, the moment you start thinking, you start playing the program. But if you have a dysfunctional program, do you see it? I go, no, because it's automatic. The problem is everybody else sees it. And they're going to respond to your program. They're not responding to your conscious mind. They're responding to the habits you acquired. So the problem about that is we're unaware, and here's the number, 95% of the day is the average amount of thinking a person is involved with, which then translates simply to 95% of the day you're running your life with programs that you don't even see. But it becomes problematic because when things aren't working, the tendency of an individual is, well, I have great wishes to be happy, successful, loving, and to have all these things. And if it's not working, there's a tendency then to consider yourself the victim and then blame everything around you as why your life's not running right. And the fact was, no, you were the one that was running the program. They were just responding. So it says, wait, we are responsible for the life we are living.
Money is the equivalent of energy, so you can buy energy with your cash. And the significance about that is if you're frugal and take care of your money and keep a balance, then you always have this energy in your bank account, energy in which you can live. However, obviously, if you waste this energy, then you actually interfere with your own survival. So you don't really want to go out and just throw away your money. And so basically, I really want to show you that this is an important insight into the nature of our own health and our biology and the world we create in this regard. That our biological system, the cells, rely on energy. Without energy, there's no life. So fundamentally, you have an energy budget that gives you life. And in fact, in the body, energy is in coins called ATP, molecules that represent units of energy. So in fact, biologists refer to ATP as the coin of the realm. The significance of ATP is this, is that ATP molecules are like units of gasoline, like gallon of gas, that are used to fuel our biological processes. So to stay alive, we have to have all this ATP. So there's an ATP account in your body right now. But the question is, how do you use this ATP? And now here's an important fact, that 25% of the total energy in your whole body is used to operate your brain. So all of a sudden you start to recognize that the brain uses energy at the rate of muscles of a marathon runner. So brain and muscle activity are pretty much the same. And so why is this important? Because as you're using your brain, as you're using your thinking, you are actually using energy. Now, why is this relevant? The answer is very simply this. Because the way we've been using our thoughts are not necessarily productive. As a matter of fact, sometimes our investments of our thoughts are actually counterproductive because our thoughts create a reality that we then have to overcome. So basically it says that we must start to become aware of our thoughts. And why is this important? Because thoughts represent units of energy. Every time you have a thought, you use energy. Why this becomes relevant is, if I give you a checkbook for your bank account, you don't go down the street and just write checks to people like, oh, hey, you're a nice looking guy. Here's $10 for you. And, oh, here, little girl, go out and buy yourself a little car. Here's $1,000 for you. And you don't give away your money. Why? Because giving away your money is giving away your life. So basically, you become very frugal when you have a checkbook in your hand. Now, what I'm trying to tell you is this. You have an energy budget in your body. The energy is what keeps you alive. When you start using energy and writing checks where you get no return from your energy, then it's exactly the same as writing checks out of your bank checkbook and giving away your cash. So why this becomes important is the biology of belief reveals how our thoughts create our reality. And if you start investing in thoughts that are counterproductive, thoughts like fear, or what am I going to do, and how am I going to escape this problem, or how's this going to go wrong, and all these other kinds of thoughts that are negative kinds of thoughts, then realize this. You are actually not just using your energy for having these thoughts, but these thoughts are also what come into your reality. What you focus on with your thoughts, your brain will manifest as reality.
In the past, if you looked at it, people have perceived themselves as victims of everything around them, victims of circumstances. And then we go, oh, I'm sorry, life did not give me those wonderful things that other people have. And the simple reality is, no, if you have an issue, it's not the outside. This is what we've always, oh, universe, give me something. We now know that our issues are internal. It's our own subconscious beliefs that we've been programmed with of disempowerment. Like when a child is growing up and getting its programs, so think of what things parents say. Oh, you don't deserve this. Who do you think you are? I mean, the parents didn't mean that for your whole life. They were trying to, goad you, needle you to make a change. So they would say these things. 95% of our life comes from those programs. So if you have disempowering beliefs about who you think you are, because you got them from other people, that's how you know who you are. These disempowering beliefs play 95% of the day in an average person's life. So I say, yeah, well, my wishes and desires, I want success, I want great relationships, I want all these wonderful things, I want health. I go, well, that's conscious mind, because conscious mind's creative. But as science reveals, only 5% of the day are we operating from our own personal wishes and desires. 95% of the day we operate from the programs that we got in the first 7 years. And if those programs, which psychologists have told us 70% are negative and disempowering and self-sabotaging, I say, good, apply these 95% of the day in your life. And you realize why your life is a struggle. It's not a struggle because the universe is not providing. It's a struggle because your own consciousness is not accepting. And this is where we have to change. And so getting control of your mind, taking charge of your consciousness is a way of overcoming those limitations. There are many different ways to take this control back in your life. And one of them is the ability to, like in yoga, for example, to be the master of your mind and not let it run the monkey mind. Let it run. No, I want this. Don't let this other one go.
Hi, I'm Bruce Lipton, author of the best-selling books, The Biology of Belief, Spontaneous Evolution, and The Honeymoon Effect. I'm here to thank Evan Carmichael for featuring me on his YouTube channel, and I want to let you know that Evan is giving away links where you can watch the first episodes of my special Gaia series entitled Inner Evolution for free. Evan is making this offer to thank you for watching this video. You will find the links in the description section below.
Thank you.
The principle of vibration is so interesting because everything in the universe is moving all the time. It's always vibrating and moving. When quantum physics first looked at the atom, as the earlier physicists, they saw the physical structures of protons, neutrons, and electrons. But as they started to take it apart, they found out at the very bottom, there wasn't anything physical. It was a vortex of energy. You can visualize energy by taking a rock and dropping it into a pond. Well, the energy of the rock as it hits the water is translated into the pond water. What is the result? Ripples that radiate out. Ripples and ripples radiating out. That is the shape of energy. The energy is a force who is shaping matter. It's the energy underneath the water. It's continuously vibrating. Waves and ripples come out of atoms. Atoms are spinning vortexes of energy, and in the process, they make waves, and these ripples go out into space. Everything in the known universe in regard to the physical experience is based on atoms, and all atoms are energy vortices with ripples that radiate out. Atoms are nano tornadoes. Well, let's consider then the real tornado. It's a spinning vortex of energy. Try and drive your car through a tornado. As you get to the tornado, the force field of that vibration can actually lift up your car and throw it away. Vortices of energies, nano tornadoes have force fields to them. I can see a tornado. It's got all the debris and the dirt and the dust that's been picked up by the windstorm and thrown all around. If you take the dirt and dust out of the tornado, it's still an energy force field, even though now you can't see it. An energy force is invisible, but you can feel it because it will push on you, you push on it. That feels physical. As far as we know, the ancient people weren't talking quantum physics, but they obviously knew quantum physics because they understood the nature of the vibration. Even though they live in a world like we live in the world that appears to be physical, this ancient wisdom was built into the Hermetic principles.
Genes are blueprints. They make the proteins of the body. There are 100,000 different complex molecules. Proteins are very complex. They wear out, and you have to replace them. Well, they're very complex. I say, well, how can you replace these complex molecules? I say, well, genes are blueprints to make the molecule. They're absolutely what they are, a blueprint telling you how to assemble the amino acids in a sequence to make a particular protein. I go, well, that's really cool. I go, it's a blueprint. I go, 100%. I go, so why is that important? I say, well, go into an architect's office unless she's working on a blueprint, and you lean over her shoulder and you say, oh, excuse me, is your blueprint on or off? And she would look at you like, what are you talking about? It's a blueprint. There's no on and off. I go, aha, that's the issue. Genes are blueprints. They are not capable of turning themselves on and off. That is a wrong idea, fallacious science, completely wrong. And that takes away the fact that genes control you, because that's when we said they did it by themselves. I go, no, they don't. They're blueprints. So the question you want to really ask, and then who's the architect that reads the blueprint? I go, well, that's the mind. So the mind is overriding the genes. And like an architect, the mind can change the readout of the blueprint. So all of a sudden it says you may come with this gene, let's say a mutant gene. But the mind, since it overrides the blueprint, can correct the blueprint and make a healthy protein instead of a mutated protein. As a matter of fact, from most every gene blueprint, which is a whole series, it's a blueprint, the mind can create up to 3,000 different versions of protein from the same blueprint based on the perception of the mind activating the readout of the blueprint. And all of a sudden it says, well, then you have unlimited capability. I go, well, that's the true story. And the problem comes from this. It's not so much that you inherited a mutant gene. The problem comes from the fact that you inherited a good gene, but your mind turned it into a mutant gene. So like 90% of cancer has no family linkage at all. It just showed up. I said, well, how does it show up? I go, it wasn't the gene. It was a program that altered a healthy gene and turned it into a mutant gene. The whole thing here that we're just getting into is very simply this: are you a victim or are you a master? And I go, well, you're a master, but you don't know the rules. You don't know how to play the game. And as a result, we suffer from that.
The world is in a state of evolution. And what I mean by evolution is not a physical evolution. Humans are not going to change into something different. The evolution that we're really experiencing now is an evolution in consciousness. A consciousness that has in the past separated us as individuals. A consciousness that has been programmed with a belief that life is a struggle and that we're out here to survive. We have to be in competition with each other and undercut and undermine. And we were acting as individuals, looking for our own individual power. But in today's world, there's a new understanding that the evolution is an evolution of consciousness, an evolution of an expansion of we are more than just these physical entities, that there is an energy involved. In Newtonian physics, the conventional ones that most people have learned, atoms are physical particles, like little granules. But in 1925, physicists came to another understanding because they said, so what are those particles made out of? You called atoms. And they went inside. And they found there were smaller so-called particles, electrons, protons, and neutrons, but that still wasn't the quest because what are they made out of? And that's when the world changed. Because when quantum physicists started to say, what is an electron or a proton or a neutron made out of? It's made out of energy, not physical, no substance. An atom is like a nano tornado, a spinning force field. There's an illusion that we are physical entities. You're an energy field. And I go, so what the heck difference does that make? And I go, well, here's the interesting part. Particles, I can separate. Here's a particle, here's a particle. Let's talk about one particle. Energy just mixes all together. I'm sitting in a field of energy right now. So if I'm made out of energy, which I am, does it mean that the edge of my energy stops right here? And the answer is no. In quantum mechanics, I'm an energy field. Wherever I go, I'm like a broadcasting an energy. Wherever you are right now, you're broadcasting energy. And so in a Newtonian world we grew up with, this is separate from this and that's separate from this. And I go, in a quantum mechanical world, nothing is separate. Everything is an energy field with no borders to it. So what I do in my world is not just what I do in my world. What I do in my world is broadcast to everything else. And if it resonates or is in harmony with you, my energy can affect your energy. Or my energy can actually cancel your energy. Everything is interconnected. The chair I'm sitting on is energy. The air I'm in breathing with is energy. I'm energy, you're energy. We're all connected in this energy. But the fact is, energies are communications. And we vibrate and broadcast just like a radio. We're broadcasting who we are out into the field, and we alter what's going on. It is beyond language. It's a communication. It has nothing to do with words. It's an energy that's available if you just want to feel it. And I think that's the big issue. Feelings. Because feelings are telling you, you feel good? Yes, I'm having more energy. You feel bad? You feel weak? I'm having less energy. And I say, why is it relevant? It's more powerful than words. Energy can tell me, am I with people that are supporting me because I feel good around them? Or do I have a little quasi feeling of this, it doesn't feel right to me? So we have a new world that we're coming into, and it's based on the energy. And if you can read energy, you are being guided. If you can't read energy, you don't know what's going to happen next. If you follow the words, that's where we have been sold a bill of goods, where people say, yeah, these are good words, what do you think? And then I'll buy that because the words. And I say, yeah, but if you ever stop long enough to say, how do you feel about it, not what you hear about it. It empowers you beyond anything in the world. So the wake-up call now is, yeah, listen to people, fine, but feel it, people. Feel where you are. Feel, is this what I want to do? Do I want to do this or I want to do that? I say, you can ask your head and rationalize anything. But I say, don't ask the question of your head. Ask the question of your heart. Your heart is the monitor of the vibration. Your heart will give you an answer more accurate about anything in your world than your rational thinking will.
The brain is a computer. That's a clear fact. And it has the same functions and systems as our silicon conventional computer that people is watching right now. And so here's the insight. I get a brand new computer and got out of the store and I push start and it boots up. What does that mean? The screen lights up.
I say, oh, great, got a brand new computer. Let's do a drawing. Let's do a story, a spreadsheet. And I say, no, I can't do it. And I say, why not? You got a brand new computer. I say, not until I put programs in the computer can I use that computer. And so I say, oh, and then after I got the programs in, then I can type and I can interface the computer. But without a program, I can't do anything. The human brain as a computer gets programmed starting in the last trimester of pregnancy through age 7 because the brain function is not high enough for consciousness most of the time. It's a little lower. And I say, that's what we said, theta, hypnosis. I say, why is it relevant? And the answer is very important. How many rules must a child learn to be a member of a family and a member of a community? There's thousands of rules to be a person in a community. I go, an infant can't read the book. I go, no, the infant brain is actually like a video recorder. It watches the mother, it watches the father, the siblings, it watches the community, downloads their behavior. Those are the programs. After age 7, a child then can work the computer and do what it wants, okay? So I basically say, so it started in utero. This is how a mother can play music through her abdominal wall, put the speaker there and repeat that music. And guess what? When the baby's born, she plays that music. The baby instantly knows that music. Or the father talks to the baby through the abdominal wall and repeats this. And when the baby is born, the moment the father says something, the baby will know which one the father is because it already memorized this stuff. It memorizes what the mother eats because of that nutrition coming through. I say, how does all this work? Simple. We talk about the blood is the culture medium with the chemistry that determines the genetics. And I go, so why is it relevant? I say, then whose blood is the fetus using in development? I go, the mother's. So I go, so why is that relevant? Well, if she's having an emotional response, that's chemistry. And I say, she's feeling that emotion, whether it's wonderful love or fear. And I go, so why is it relevant? That blood with the same chemistry of the mother is going into the fetus. I go, why is that relevant? The fetus feels what the mother feels. If the mother is under stress and the fetus is getting an experience that life is very difficult out there, if the mother is feeling love and support and everything, then the life is easy for the fetus. It started learning in the last trimester. But then for the next 7 years, it does the same. And I go, so why is it relevant? And I go, once I get past age 7, my consciousness can type on the keyboard. So I can program what I want. And then here comes the monkey wrench. And the monkey wrench is this. The conscious mind, which types, can think. And you go, so what? I go, thinking is inside. If I ask you, Jennifer, I say, tell me what you're doing, on Tuesday.
Yeah.
And right away, you can tell me, but you'd have to think, oh, Tuesday, what am I doing on Tuesday? I say, what's the point? The conscious mind, when thinking, stops looking out at the world, and the conscious mind looks inside. So what if you're driving your car and you're driving down the street and all of a sudden you have a thought? And I say, conscious mind is not looking out anymore. I say, oh my God, I'm going to crash the car because of my consciousness is inside. I go, that's when the subconscious, when the conscious is thinking, the subconscious is autopilot and takes over. I go, so why is it relevant? I go, now science has recognized 95% of the day is the average person's amount of thinking. I go, so why is it relevant? Well, if conscious mind has your wishes and desires and subconscious has your programs, is your life coming from your wishes and desires? I go, 5%. 95% of your life is whatever the hell the program you got from that 7 years is going to play. And if you got a program that's not supporting you, then 95% of the day your behavior will not support you because that program doesn't encourage you, okay? I always give the audience the same story for 40 years now.
Sure.
And you know the story, but I'll tell your community. I guess you have a friend and you know your friend's behavior. And you happen to know your friend's parent. And one day you see your friend has the same behavior as their parent. So you really want to tell your friend, you go, hey, Bill, you're just like your dad. I say, back away from Bill. Because I know what Bill's going to say. The first thing he said, how can you compare me to my dad? I'm nothing like my dad. And the audience laughs. I go, that's the most profound story in the world right now. I'll tell you why. Everybody else can see that Bill behaves like his dad. Who's the one that doesn't see it? Bill. I go, how the hell does that happen? I go, because when Bill is thinking, he lets go of the control. And while he's thinking, the behavior is playing. But because he's not even looking out at his own behavior, He doesn't even see his own behavior.
Yes.
So in his mind, no, I'm not like my dad. I go, but everybody else can see you behave like your dad. You're the only one that can't see it. And I go, so why is it relevant? And the answer is simply this. We are all Bill. We all have beliefs, wishes, and desires, and then we have to say, how come I'm not manifesting the world I want? How come I'm not as healthy as I want to be? How come I'm not creating the life I want if my mind is the creator? And I go, it is the creator, but then I tell you, but which mind are you operating from? And 95% of the day, you're not operating from conscious wishes and desires. 95% of the day, the subconscious programs are automatically playing. I go, what if those programs are not any good? And I go, well, you won't see it. They'll just be playing. You know what you'll see? The result. So very simply, I wake up in the morning with conscious mind. Today, I'm going to go find love. Today, I'm going to get healthy. Today, I'm going to get the best job. And then at 5 o'clock, you come home and go, it didn't happen. It didn't happen. And I go, then what does that person think? Because they're like Bill. They go, oh, everything's against me. The universe against me. This person is responsible. That person's responsible for not letting me get my wishes and desires. And I go, no. All day long, you were shooting yourself in the foot with your own behavior, and you didn't even know where the gun was coming from. It was in your own hand. And I say, so why is it relevant? We have been programmed to believe that when it doesn't work, we are victims of the outside, when the truth is, no, 95% of the day, we were playing programs that did not support us. And as a result, at the end of the day, we didn't get that support, but we didn't see it. Why? Subconscious was below conscious was controlling your life. Your conscious mind is, I'm going to be healthy. I'm going to fall in love. And I go, that's great, but that's 5% of the day.
Yeah.
But 95%. I go, I'm coming from a different program. And so when you look at your life, and this is a beautiful part because you say, what are my programs? I just want to help people right away. I'll tell you what your programs are. And you say, wait, how do I know? I was being programmed before I was born. I was programmed from 0 to 1. Can you tell me what program you got when you were 0? No. Can you tell me the program you got at 1? No. Can you tell me the program at 2? No. About 3, you might say, oh, I remember some things. But I say, you've been essentially programmed with no awareness of the program. So you didn't even see the program. And now I say, so what is your program? And you go, I wasn't there. Now I give you the answer, and you're ready? 95% of your life comes from the program. Your life is a printout of your program. Look at your life right now, and I'm going to tell you this, very simple. The things you like that come into your life, they come in because you have a program to bring them in.
Yeah.
The things you want, health, relationship, good job, your struggle, you're working hard, you're putting a lot of effort in. I'm going to make it happen. I'm sweating. I'm going to work hard. Why are you working so hard? And the answer is simply this. Your own program doesn't support that. You're trying to override the 95% of the day that negative program is playing with 5% effort going, oh, well, I want it to be successful. I go, yeah, and 95% of the day, you got, what did you get from your parent? Not smart enough, not deserving, not good enough, not lovable. These are things that we downloaded in the first 7 years. And a very interesting fact is this, for 400 years, the Jesuits have told their followers the absolute truth and nobody understood what they were talking about. I go, what do you mean? They would say, and this is a fact, for 400 years, they would say, give me a child until it is 7 and I will show you the man. What the hell does that mean? The answer is, just as I said, science has said, the first 7 years you're in theta, program. That's where you're learning. Then I said, but what about the rest of your life? I go, 95% of the rest of your life, program. So if I can control the first 7 years, I control the rest. And that's what they said. Give me a child till 7, I will show you the man. Meaning, if you let me do the first 7 years of programming, I will tell you how that child's life is going to work out.
Also, to make sure you're actually taking action after watching this video, I've designed a special free worksheet just for this video. The worksheet will highlight our favorite lessons from the video that will inspire you to remember what you learned today and actually apply them. The worksheet will also give you space to write down what your key takeaways are and your specific plan of action to make sure you're getting results. If you want the worksheet designed specifically for this video, absolutely for free, there's a link in the description below. Go click on it and start building the momentum in your life and your business. I'll see you there.
In all biological organisms, there's something referred to as the biological imperative. The biological imperative can't be found by biologists. There's no place they say, oh, here it is in the cell. But what it represents is the drive to survive. When we start to feel that our life is threatened, it's not a conscious at first, it's a gut feeling, it's visceral. Something in my gut says something's not right. This is the biological imperative looking at your potential future in the world that you're living in. And what we really have to recognize is that people are feeling it in their gut. The world is not right, it's not right. And I go, well, this is wonderful because this is a feedback system that's saying the world in which you live is not in harmony with you. And therefore, what it really means is that we have to change how we influence the world in our own way. And it says that if we start to change and send out love instead of just receiving fear, that the love we send out has two aspects. Yes, there's an external consequence of love. It influences everyone and everything around me. There's a profoundly different chemistry if I have a thought of love coming into my body, which you can feel. When you're in love, you can feel it. Yes, your cells are bathing in chemistry of love. But when you have fear, it's a different chemical response. It gets you girded up for response, protection, walling you off from the outside. I don't want that thing to come in and take care of, my inside. And I say, well, what's the relevance? And the answer is very simple. The chemistry released by the brain in fear shuts down the growth mechanism of the body, shuts down the maintenance of the body to conserve energy. And the biggest thing is there's only one consequence, and that is disease and illness. And it turns out 1% of disease on this planet is connected to genetics, and 90% of disease or more is lifestyle and the psychology of love and fear. 90%. And it says, be in love, and your body will be maintained, and your immune system will be at peak performance. Be in fear, and the game is over.
The takeaway message of all this quantum physics stuff is simply this, is that we are energy, we're entangled with a whole field of energy, the whole universe is one interconnected whole, and this is how we are connected to each other. However, during our developmental programming, we get beliefs that are programmed into us by our parents through our culture, and then these beliefs then become the reality that we experience. Historically, we define our populations based on separateness. Separate on race, religion, origin of country. It's the separateness that divides the population. An interesting point that evolution is actually the unification of everyone come together in harmony. Then we have to recognize the programming of separation is the divisive nature that is preventing us from evolving into the future at this time. I'd like to show you through an illustration the simplistic nature of what's happening to us, and I'll say, here are 3 cells. Where did these cells come from? They came from the environment through a process of evolution, all coming from the very same source. Well, this is when programming begins, and look what can happen. You can program one child to be a Christian, you can program an identical twin of that child to be a Muslim, or another one of the same children to be a Jewish child. This is separation. Is it separation of who they really are? I say, no, you can't separate that. We all came from the same source. What we have to recognize is it's the programming that places the separation.
I asked a question to the universe, which then my cells answered. I asked a question when I just realized and owned I exist as a field energy, a spirit, whatever you want to call it, as information in the field. And I also exist as a body. My first question that came up in my head was, then why have both? Why have a spirit and a body? Why not just be the spirit? And my cells came up with this chorus that I just blasted my head, and it was kind of funny because I think they have Jewish heritage cells, because I asked them a question and they responded in a question. I asked, why have both? And all of a sudden it welled up and the answer came and said, Bruce, if you're just a spirit, what does chocolate taste like? And all of a sudden I said, oh my God. It's the biology, which is all the receptor devices that translate my environment into sensation, which are then translated by the nervous system into fields and vibrational patterns, which are then sent back to my source. And I realized at that moment, I said, My God, we're here to experience this place, to touch it and smell it, watch sunsets and feel love and eat wonderful food and have all this. And I thought, wow. And then all of a sudden I said, yeah, but it's not just receiving information. When you have a body, you can be creative. We can come to this planet and manifest creativity. And we do this, we step into a virtual reality suit called the body. I step into the suit as a spirit. It communicates with me via just the same way the Mars rover is communicating with NASA, and I get to experience this planet.
So many people think when you die, you go to a place called heaven. I go, you didn't understand. We were born into heaven. This is where we came to create. This is where we came to experience. If you lose the body and go out there, you have consciousness. That's really great. I'm not saying it's not. But here's the opportunity to what? To manifest. Make something, do something, experience something. If you then decide, I'm going to do it metaverse, I go, well, then you wasted all these beautiful receptors that were designed to have those wonderful experiences, to manifest them for real.
More powerful. They can do more.
Earth is heaven. And yet for most people, it's hell. I go, is it hell because you can't, because it's the bad place? I say, no, it's hell because your program that you got took away your creativity and programmed you to be the victim in a world that you're actually creating. So as a victim, you can create a world of being a victim. And the idea is, yeah, but if you're a master, then you can create the world of being a master. You are a great example of it. Yeah, you did driving. Then you created the wine, and then you had the cosmetics or the candles and all that other, all that stuff. You took your mind and took it out and made creativity. What is heaven?
That's
what
right.
is it you want? What is heaven is a definition of what you want. I said, do you have to die to get what you want? I say, no, matter of fact, it's easier to get what you want when you're alive because this is where you can do it. So the big joke is everyone's thinking, oh, when I die, I'm going to go to heaven. And I'm going, Jesus, you whole missed the experience, man. It was here is where you created. Are you creating heaven or are you creating hell? That was a creation. And the idea is if you own it, like you've done, like I've done, like the people that you've interviewed on your program, they have taken over ownership of their creation. And they're creating the life that they want. And most other people are saying, oh, this is against me and my genes aren't good and this world and that and I'm a victim. And I go, sorry, folks, you missed the opportunity to create. Next time you come back, you'll figure it out maybe.
I don't care how much knowledge is in your head. If that knowledge doesn't go into your subconscious, your life will stay exactly the same as it was. You can be the brightest, smartest academic. And I say, fine, did it change your life? And the answer is no. You have to take the knowledge that you are walking within your conscious mind and put that knowledge into your subconscious programming. And when you do that, you are all powerful in the creation of your own life. And so just walking around and being able to recite all these wonderful sayings and things that you hear from all the wonderful teachers that we have, and you say, oh, yes, I remember that. That's a good quote. That's a nice quote. Oh, that's a wonderful saying. It's irrelevant until that saying becomes part of your program, because now you are living from the saying and not talking about the saying. And that was the total transformation of a life that on an academic level was successful. On a personal level, I don't even want to talk about that, but it changed everything. Why? Because instead of having to chase after life, after this understanding, things came to me. The light will bring it to you. The only thing that's in your way of the light is a block in your belief that other people have put into your programming. You take your knowledge that you have, make it your subconscious program, and you will manifest all of the wonderful spiritual wisdom that you have heard throughout your whole life. Is not words now, it is life and behavior, and that's our destination. Everything you do in your life, you put out energy for. Therefore, start to review what you're doing in your life. Because if you're putting your energy into things you cannot change in this world, that is exactly the same as writing a check and just throwing away your money to the outside because you get nothing back from it. So think about this very interesting reality that you have this energy checkbook. And every time you use energy, you have to say, is the use of this energy going to enhance my life, or is it just wasted energy? Am I getting involved in a political argument with people where I'm going to use up all my energy and will I have changed the world? No. Am I going to use up all my energy to try to convince other people to change their life or change their way of living to make them even healthier, and they're not ready to do that? I'd be wasting my energy. So here's an interesting thought. If I gave you an energy checkbook and asked you to write a check every time you had to have a thought, you would have to then ask yourself, is this thought going to enhance my life, or is this thought going to take away from my life? And then when you start to realize that, you start to direct your actions where you put your energy into things that enhance your life and give you an opportunity to survive and to go beyond survival and really into thriving. So the point is this: we are facing some rough times. The more thoughts you put into the negative aspect, the more thoughts you put into the fear, not only are you just wasting your energy, but as in the biology belief, these negative thoughts, these negative stresses actually impair your immune system and bring on disease itself.
What we would see from a new understanding of evolution, which is a great extension beyond the Darwinian belief, which is quite limiting, okay, and quite troublesome, in fact. Because just think about what the principal Darwinian belief is, that evolution is based on a struggle for survival with a competition for fitness. So that says, oh my God, then our world is, we're all out there in a dog-eat-dog rat race trying to survive, because if you stop running, the person behind you is going to run over you. So if that's your way of life, then every day, by definition, you are living in a stress hormone body because of all the fears that we have. And yet evolution says, no, evolution is based on community and cooperation. A body has 50 trillion citizens. They live in harmony with each other. And it turns out that every human being, we're beginning to find out, is like a cell in a larger community called humanity. So in biological terms, the organism that's evolving on the planet is not the human being. We already did that. The organism that's evolving is the superorganism called human civilization. And right now, humans are fighting each other and killing each other. And if I say, well, what would that look like inside the body if the cells fight each other and kill each other? And I say, oh, well, that's called autoimmune disease, self-destruction. And autoimmune disease can kill you from the inside.
And that's on the increase, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely, because our biological lives are complements to the environment.
Yeah.
The more stress and more violence on the outside, the more that's taken inside in biology and converted to disruption and disharmony of your own cellular internal community. If you can create a honeymoon for yourself while you're in love, and everyone started to create a honeymoon for themselves, then all of a sudden the concept of war and violence would disappear, because if everybody's in love and everybody's in harmony and everybody's so excited by being here, then the competition and violence that we live by because of today's beliefs would disappear.
You as an identity are in your conscious mind. You actually are in there. That's where your personal identity is. And we have a tendency to say, if I talk to myself, I'm going to give myself a good talking to, and I'm going to change that subconscious. I say to myself, Bruce, don't do that again. Do this, don't do that again. And then I say, it's very frustrating. Why? You can talk until you're blue in the face and nothing will change. I say, why? And the answer is, and this is the most important part, there is nobody in the subconscious. There's nothing there. It's a machine. It's a record playback device. So you can talk to the machine as much as you want. If you don't know how to push the record button, nothing's going to happen. So then I say, how do you change the program? I say, how did you get the program? The first 7 years, your brain was in theta, hypnosis. So I say, you want to change the program? Every night when you go to bed, just as your mind disconnects, just as you fall into sleep, your brain is now operating in theta. So if you put earphones on your head and you play a tape, a program, a CD of what you want, as your conscious mind disconnected, Your subconscious is downloading. So you just play that tape as you go to bed, and after a number of playings, your subconscious will learn the new program without even your conscious being involved. That's number one. After age 7, how do we put a program in? Repetition. How did you do anything? You repeated it over and over again. How long did it take you to learn the alphabet? How many times did you have to go from A to Z before you could remember the whole alphabet? When you drove a car, you didn't know how to drive a car until you did what? You practiced. You repeated. So if you want to change a program, you put into your mind a repetition. And it's not recognize this, what you want to change doesn't exist. So when you put in the new program, it'll sound strange. So let's say you are sick, you have a disease, and I say, what program do I want? I am healthy. I go, it doesn't sound right. I know I'm sick. I say, I don't care. There's a saying in English, fake it until you make it. What that means is, if you want to be happy, just keep in your mind, I am happy. I smile, even if you have to force a smile. I am happy, I'm smiling. I say, repeat this, and guess what? After a short time, it becomes a habit. And when you're in that habit, you don't even have to think, I am happy. The new habit will keep you happy all the time because that's the new program.
So someone's not feeling well, they've got, I don't know, they've got the flu, or
Yes.
they've got something wrong with their stomach or something. What should they practically do? They should presumably go to the doctor and get a diagnosis. Would you go along with that? I'm just trying to see where this goes in day-to-day life.
Well, I wouldn't say don't go to a doctor, but I say before you go to a doctor, just look around and think about this. What's going on in your life? Where are the stresses coming from? Because it's almost your physiological expression is a complement to your life experiences. Those people that are happy are healthy. As I said, when you're in the honeymoon, you didn't get sick in the honeymoon. That's when you're absolutely healthy. But when you got caught back up into real life, that's when illnesses start to occur. So we always look at, oh, I must be sick. There must be something wrong with my biology. When it turns out, it didn't begin with your biology. Only about 2% of illness is actually connected to genetics, let's say. 98% of illness is not just genetics, it's environment. So when a person says, oh, I have the breast cancer gene, and people think, oh, I'm going to get breast cancer. And I say, well, wait. 50% of women that have the breast cancer gene get cancer. What about the 50% that have the gene and didn't get the cancer? And we never study that side. We only study the side that got the cancer. And you find out, well, what is it that the 50% do that don't have the cancer yet have the gene? What's different? The answer is their lifestyle is different. Their stresses, their fears, their concerns are not the same as the one that get the illness. The genes are like give you a propensity to get a disease, but that propensity is based on how you perceive life. And it's interesting, studies show that when children get adopted into a cancer family, the adopted child will get the cancer with the same percentage or probability as any of the natural sibling. And you say, but yeah, but the child came from totally different genetic stock. And the point is, yes, it wasn't the genes that promoted the cancer, it was the lifestyle that promoted the cancer, especially the lifestyle of stress. And then I say, well, if stress is causing lifestyle, and I look around at the world and I go, my God, no wonder everybody's sick. Every day is filled with more stress than the day before. And if you buy into the stress, you take that disharmonious vibration, essentially, bring it into your life, and you end up with disharmony inside your body. Your life is a reflection of what you see. And in 1925, physicists said that our vision of a universe split into an invisible energy realm and a material physical realm was a total illusion, that everything is energy. The whole thing, there is no matter in this world. And to summarize what the meaning was, a famous physicist in 1930 by the name of Sir James Jeans said, we have been led to believe that the universe is a great machine, when in fact it is more a great thought. And the reality about that was quantum physicists have established since 1925 that consciousness is the primary mechanism of creativity of the world that we experience. In fact, a more recent article in the journal Nature, which is like a scientific mainstream journal, was an article by a quantum physicist at Johns Hopkins University by the name of Richard Conn Henry. And his article was entitled The Mental Universe. I know the last two lines in the article because they were like so powerful. And here's what the conclusion of the article was. The universe is immaterial. It's mental and spiritual. Live and enjoy. And this is so exciting because science is coming out saying it mental and spiritual. It's like, oh my God. But that's the quantum physics part. And the reality about it, why is that so important, as Sadhviji had just mentioned, it's our thoughts that are manifesting this world. Now you could say that's a spiritual thing, and now I say not only is it spiritual, now it is fundamental basic science of the universe. And it says then the thoughts are creative. Well, if the thoughts are creative, then who is having the thought? And you start to realize, I'm having the thought. Well, then the truth is simple. As Richard Conn Henry said, you are creating this world with your mental activity and your spirituality combined. And then all of a sudden it says, well, then if I'm creating the world, then my original belief that when things didn't go right, I was a victim. The universe wasn't supporting me. You know, it's like, oh, I try so hard and the universe is not giving me things. It turns 180 degrees around. And it basically says this. We are creating this world. And then I say your mind is creating this world. I don't want to say don't go to the doctor, so I'll go back just 20 years ago, the last time I went to a doctor.
Okay.
I went to a doctor because I had pneumonia. And I said to myself, well, yeah, I can see why. But at that moment in my life, there was so much stress going on in my life that I could see I had opened my system up to that. But then I also realized, okay, well, I can, handle this with my consciousness. But then I realized the bacteria were doubling and they're growing faster than I can handle my consciousness. So I said, okay, now's the time for some penicillin. But the concept of it was, I don't rely on the penicillin, and all I had to say was, look, I get back on my feet and I go, it was my responsibility. And if I don't get into that same stressful situation again, then I won't have to go through this again. And it's been 20 years.
So it's intelligent learning, isn't it?
Yes. Don't discard the element of medicine until your consciousness gets high. And the fact is, when people have lower consciousness, because they're not strong enough in their consciousness to really manifest everything they want, they really need to take care of themselves more. Eat better, better nutrition, do more exercises, do these things to add to your health. But the surprising thing is, if you get more and more and more conscious, there's a point where you get so conscious, then you become like the person we refer to as Jesus, who does all these miracles. And what did Jesus say about the miracles? He said, you could do these better than I can do them, but you don't believe. And that is the absolute truth. Because when you fully have control of your consciousness, with that belief, you do create the miracles. The miracles of spontaneous remission, for example, a person terminally ill who all of a sudden says, I'm not buying this. I'm going to change my vision of life. And the moment they change their perception, they have what's called a spontaneous remission. Again, that would be called a miracle, but what was it? Taking full control of consciousness and manifesting a life of being fully conscious and present and seeing what brings harmony into your life and avoiding or eliminating as best you can any of the disharmony that exists on the outside, because disharmony will make disharmony inside. The problem with the concept of power, the power of positive thinking, is people just think, oh, well, if I just have positive thoughts, then my life should be affected. And this is why positive thinking has a real bad rap in the public. And the reason is this. Having a positive thought does not in any way necessitate that those positive thoughts actually manifest themselves. And there's a piece that was left out. And if you don't understand the piece, then you're shouting into the wind with your positive thoughts. Nothing's going to happen. And the fact is this. When you're having positive thoughts, you're using your mind. The new biology reveals that the invisible forces that collectively we refer to as mind, that these form a field which shape biology. Well, here's what's important. Yes, the mind influences biology, but there are two parts to the mind that are completely different than one another, yet they work together. We confuse them, we tie them together, and yet they represent two entities working in two different fashions. There's the conscious mind and what is called the subconscious mind. Now, here's what very important, people have to know this, okay, and here's what it is. The conscious mind is our creative mind that is connected to our personal identity and our spiritual selves. That makes us all unique. Each of us has our own personal conscious mind. But what becomes very significant is this, is the subconscious mind is equivalent to a tape player. It's exactly what it is. It records experiences and then plays them back. And so now let's take a look and say, well, wait, there's a thinking mind, and then there's a tape player mind. And what's different about them is very profound. So let's talk about two fundamental differences first. The tape player, the subconscious mind, as an information processor, as the equivalent of a computer, is 1,000,000 times more powerful an information processor than is the conscious mind. So when you look at the power between the conscious and subconscious is 1,000,000 times more powerful. Number two, on a day-by-day basis, the subconscious mind runs our biology about 95 to 99% of the time. So while you're having all these wonderful thoughts, that's not the conscious mind's not running the show. It's a subconscious mind. Then comes the issue is, well, the subconscious mind got programs in it. Yes. And the subconscious mind is not evil or good. The subconscious mind is a tape player. As much as you can say, okay, here's a tape player. It's good or bad. The tape player is not good or bad. The programs can be good, and the programs can be bad. So blaming the subconscious mind as a negative thing, that's the first mistake. It's a tape player. The programs that we got, that's the source of the problems that most of us face. And these programs could limit our abilities and take away our powers, which essentially they do. Now, the relevance about positive thinking is this. Positive thinking is a creative thought that comes from the conscious mind. Okay, so I sit here and I'm going to have all these wonderful thoughts. I'm going to close my eyes and visualize all these wonderful things. Now stop and go back to the mechanical character of it. I'm having these thoughts with a little tiny processor called the conscious mind, and I'm competing with the programs that are in the subconscious mind. So if I have a thought for being healthy or being in a good relationship, and I'm doing positive thinking, and at the same time, I have acquired programs in my development that said, you're not as healthy as you think you are, and you're not that good a person to have those kind of relationships. Then look, I'm now pitting my positive thoughts against my programs, and they're opposite. But this one works on a little tiny processor, and this processor is 1,000,000 times more powerful. So right away, it's like, who's going to win in that challenge? The answer, of course, the subconscious is going to win, okay? But here comes the other part. While I can try to maintain positive thoughts in my life using my conscious mind, this conscious mind only operates less than 5% of the day. That says 95% or more of the day, I'm operating from the other belief system. The point is, do the math. How powerful are positive thoughts? And the answer is, unless the subconscious has the same programs in agreement as the conscious mind, power of positive thinking will not work. It will not work because you're competing against a much more powerful processor. When I finally started to realize a very simple truth, and it was like an old spiritual word, but I now understand the biological connotation of it, that we were made in the image of the environment. And so we are complements to the environment. And yet what we have done is, without being aware that our biology is dependent on the environment, that we have systematically undermined, destroyed Mother Nature and Gaia. And in the process, now we're finding we are threatened with our own extinction. And the fact is, well, we didn't know what we were doing. But the question is, will Gaia allow us to come back? And the answer is absolutely. Because just as much as a person can come back from the edge of death with something called a spontaneous remission, even though science has already recognized we are facing our extinction, so we could say that we're a terminal patient, humanity is a terminal patient, the concept of changing our belief system will allow the garden to come right back to fullness again. So we are in a learning stage to remove ourselves from the beliefs of our current civilization, which undermine not just the humans, but the environment that we're in. And the problem is, we were created as a complement to a certain environment. Since we are destroying that environment, then we are no longer complements to an environment. Then we don't fit by definition. And that is why scientists recognize we are facing our extinction. So I like to apologize to nature, saying, geez, I'm really sorry, we didn't get it, but we're learning. And more people, especially the younger people, very importantly, are recognizing you cannot destroy this environment and survive. And that we must pull together and honor Gaia, the mother of us all. Because by returning our love back to Gaia, Gaia will give us back the love and the life that we can have on this planet.
Okay, I have a spiritual part, and I have this physical part. And I asked a simple question. I said, why have a body? Why not just be the spirit? And then, this is when I found out I had Jewish comedian cells. I go, what's this? And I go, I asked a question of myself, why have a body? Why not just be a spirit? And 50 trillion cells in my body welled up with an answer. And I said, the answer, what was it? I said, I asked a question. The answer came back in the form of a question. That's where the Jewish comedian guy came in. I asked, why have both a spirit and a body? And the cells answered with this, quote, Bruce, if you're just a spirit, what does chocolate taste like? And all of a sudden I said, oh my God, that was the most profound thing in the entire world. I said, why? Because this is like a virtual reality suit. I can see with these eyes. I could smell, I can taste, I can hear. And I go, so why is it relevant? Well, as I said, the question came out, if you're a spirit only, and Sadhviji and I are in the spirit world, and we're saying love is such a beautiful thing, it's the harmony and the connection and everything. I said, yeah, but what does love feel like? You go, as a spirit, how the heck do I know? I say, oh, you have to have the chemistry of the body and a nervous system that translates the chemistry into sensation. Sensation is not chemistry, it's electromagnetic vibration. It's a broadcast. And I say, so why is it relevant? So we had one little part. I go, what? We think our thoughts are in our head, and so we put wires on our head called the electroencephalograph, and I could read your brain activity. I go, yeah, inside your head, you got all this consciousness going on. And then I go, there's a new technology, it reads brain activity as well. It's not electroencephalograph, EEG. It's called magnetoencephalograph, MEG. And I go, so what's the difference? They both read consciousness. I go, yeah, and what's the difference? Magnetoencephalograph, the probe is out here. It doesn't even touch your head. I go, stop. I say, why? You're reading my thoughts out here? And all of a sudden it's like, my thoughts are not contained in my head? No, they're broadcast back to the field. I go, I can read your thoughts from out here. So whatever you're thinking, positive or negative, or I can do this, I can't do that. So it's not staying in here. It's going out into the world and the universe around us. And then I say, so what's the relevance? There's something called resonance. When two things are in vibration, if one vibrates, the other one will vibrate. Okay? And if they're not in harmony, one vibrates and the other doesn't do anything. So I say, so what does it mean? Oh my God, this is so changed life stuff. And I go, my thoughts are vibration that go out into the energy field, which is quantum physics. I go, so what? I say, my thought will only vibrate and resonate with something that matches the thought. If I send out a thought of love, only elements that are in love, that vibrate in love, will respond to my thought because we're in harmony, we're in resonance. If I send out a thought of fear, negative and scare, and I can't do this and I'm afraid, I said, what do you think is going to vibrate? I said, love is not going to vibrate. Only things that you would be afraid of, things you would be, have fear over, they'll vibrate. And I say, so put it all together. Oh my God, we're creators. And we come in to this body to create. And that what we create and what we experience is not kept in us. our mind translates it into electromagnetic vibrations that go back to the field. And that integrates with our spiritual vibration because they're the two in resonance. I'm in resonance with the spirit, and the spirit is in resonance with the body. Why? We're using the same vibration. So our lives make a difference that we live here. And I say, what? First of all, we're creators. We're very powerful. I go, until a creator is programmed not to be powerful. And then that creator, by programming, will say, okay, I'm not powerful, and give up our power. And we have been systematically programmed to question who and what we are, when the fact is we came here as creators. And I go, why did we come here for the creation? And then I go, because we get a feedback that goes back to the source that says, what do you want? And you come here and try and create it. And when you find that love, and when you find that harmony, you start to realize you're glowing. What you're glowing, your energy vibration of love is going back to the universe to resonate with you and make you a stronger love vibration.
As you understand the terms quantum physics and quantum mechanics, or Newtonian physics and Newtonian mechanics, what you see is that physics and mechanics are synonyms. So physics really means the mechanisms by which the universe operates. And the new physics, quantum physics, was something that I really wasn't into, nor were any of my colleagues in the medical school. We were all trained in Newtonian physics. And the difference between the two is very profound. Newtonian physics says, the world that we live in, the universe we live in, is a machine made out of mechanical parts. If you want to understand how it works, take it apart, study the pieces, change the operation. That's the basis of medicine. We look at a human body, it's a machine made out of physical parts. When it's not working right, change the parts by buying chemicals and drugs. And that's the way that conventional medicine operates. When I started to read the quantum physics, I realized, oh my goodness, the whole foundation of the universe is not based on a mechanical, physical universe. It's based on the invisible energy called the field. So let's say if I hold a magnet right here in front of you, and you can see the magnet, but what you can't see is the invisible magnetic field. And so what it says is, well, we are physical things in our world like physical bodies. We're immersed in fields, electromagnetic fields, magnetic fields itself, all kinds of fields like telephone, cell phone fields, television fields, radio fields, whole ranges. What is the difference between the Newtonian physics and quantum physics is this. Newtonian physics focus on the particles. Quantum physics says, you want to understand why the particles take this shape? Then you have to understand the field. It's the field that controls biology. It's the invisible forces. There's a great quote by Albert Einstein, and it's simple. It goes, the field is the sole governing agency of the particle. In other words, in the world of invisible things, fields, and particles, matter, it's the field that gives shape to the matter. And this is the basis of quantum physics. This becomes relevant. It says, okay, here's the physical particles of my body. Why are they in a healthy state, or why could they be in a sick state? That's the physical expression. And the answer is, well, to understand that, don't look at the body. You have to understand the invisible forces in the field. And it's fun because if you think about it, when you were young, at some point you must have had like iron filings and sprinkled it around a magnet, and all of a sudden you saw the iron filings form that pattern of the magnetic field. Well, quantum physics would look at this pattern and try to explain how come all the iron filings fell in this pattern without recognizing that the field exists. In other words, can you explain why the iron filings have this shape if you don't recognize the magnetic field? And the answer is absolutely not. What's the nature of it? The body and its cells are like iron filings. Medicine is trying to understand the nature of the body by looking at the iron filings. And quantum physics says, if you don't understand that invisible field, you can't understand what's happening in the body.
I was looking for relationships. I kept failing at them, okay? I end up in the Caribbean teaching at a medical school. The universe throws this into my lap. The perfect pickup line in the whole world is sort of like, hey, if you're not doing anything, you want to come and stay in my villa in the Caribbean and hang out? I have a villa on the beach, and I got my own place, and blah, blah, blah. And I still wasn't able to find anybody. But I kept looking because I said, I need a relationship. I need a relationship. So
I meet this woman who comes off of some yacht, and she's, got a future that's like she'll do what she wants. And I thought, well, if you're not doing anything, why don't you want to come and stay with me in my villa on this beautiful island? And she looked at me, and then she said, I can't be with you. And I sort of like stopped for a moment, and she looked at me and she said, you're too needy. And all of a sudden, it hit me. I said, oh my God. What am I looking for? A relationship. Why? Because you're not happy. So if you're looking for a relationship because you're not happy, then you're depending on that relationship to make you happy. So that's not a nice relationship. It's codependency. If I give you this place to stay, you will make me happy. That's a trade. It's like,
yes.
And after she said that, I was stunned for a moment. I can't be with you. You're too needy, she said. And I was stunned. And then all of a sudden I said, thank you very much. It was sort of a slap in the face, right?
Like a blessing in disguise, right?
It totally was. It was like, wake up. And I walked away from that. And I looked at my life and I said, you got this most amazing job. You teach a couple days a week. You live in the Caribbean. You got a villa. You got money in your pocket because you get paid and there's nothing to buy in the Caribbean anyways. I say, you're healthy. You got money. You got a great place to live. You have the most wonderful job. I go, you can't be happy with that? That's what I said to myself. I said, how can I, I'm looking for this person to make me happy. I said, oh, no, first I make me happy.
Yeah.
And then when I make me happy, that changed. And it did. What happened is I stopped bitching and started to enjoy. Look, don't you love where you live? Yeah, I love where I live. Do you love the sea? Oh, I love the sea. You like it? Oh, I love my job. And all of a sudden I started focusing on, hey, these are things I love. And guess what? I didn't need anybody.
That's when you created abundance, and that's when people became attracted to you, right?
100%, because once I didn't need them, I wasn't like, come here. I was like, I don't care.
It's fascinating how it works.
Then they showed up. They showed up because I did not need. That was the word. Because need puts pressure on that other person that they have to provide. And then they didn't have to provide. It was like, hey, let me hang out with you. I don't have to provide anything. I could just be me. I go, yeah, you be you, I be me. We have a great time. And that was the beginning of reprogramming a need for a relationship until I was happy with myself. And until that, once I was happy with myself and I didn't need a relationship, you should have seen how many opportunities showed up that were never there in my life before because the need part pushed them away. It's interesting because all the people that are here are in what is called evolution. Yeah. Everyone thinks, evolution takes millions of years. I go, no, that was the old version. Because the new version shows that evolution builds up and then some cataclysmic event drops it, and it builds up again, and another cataclysmic event drops it. These are called mass extinctions. 5 of them have already occurred. The last one when the dinosaurs were here. The planet was lush, tropical forest, dinosaurs and everything. A comet, a big one, hit near Mexico. It caused the web of life to come undone. What happened? 75% of all living things disappeared, including the dinosaurs. That was the last mass extinction. Today we're in mass extinction number 6. And science says, well, what's causing this one? And the answer is our behavior is destroying ourselves and the environment. The illness said this, the planet is got a health crisis everywhere.
In other words,
blamed it on the genes, and it was like, no, it's culture.
In other words, when we are able to collectively change our behavior, we can avoid the 6 mass extinction.
That's the only choice we have, actually. And it will work. And who will be left? The ones that let go of the old structure and said, I will now put my life energy into building a new structure. So I use the story of a caterpillar that turns into a butterfly. A caterpillar is voracious. It eats everything. You put a caterpillar on a plant, eat all the leaves off the plant. Then I say, then what? I say, well, when the food runs out, it goes into a chrysalis, a pupa, a cocoon, and then comes out a butterfly. I say the butterfly has the lightest touch. Doesn't even touch the plant. It's flying most of the time. The caterpillar is voracious, eating up everything.
I say, human civilization is in a caterpillar mode. We are eating up the environment. We're destroying the environment and everything like this. I say, but there's a point where we have to go into the cocoon. I say, why? You can't live this way anymore. I say, now here's where the issue that we just talked about. A caterpillar comes in, a butterfly comes out. I go, but the cells of the caterpillar, which are like miniature people, when the caterpillar was eating it all up, all the cells were working, the muscle cells, the digestion cells, everybody's working, all the cells are working. No more food. Oh, well, there's no more digestion. So what about the digestion cells? Oh, they lose their job because no more food. What about the muscle cells? No, we're not moving anymore. There's no place to go. And the muscles, I say, the community of cells in the caterpillar break down, make a soup of cells. And then what? And here comes the important part. Some of the cells are called imaginal cells, and they have a vision of a different organization, a vision of a butterfly. So what's happening is the caterpillar cells are breaking down the community, but the imaginal cells are taking those cells and saying, wait, we built something better. We built the butterfly. Civilization is destroying the planet. We can't do it anymore. So it says what? You have to transformation. You have to go metamorphosis. You have to change from the voracious human civilization into a civilization that has a light touch on the planet. And so I say, so what it means? I say, well, in the cocoon, some cells are breaking down, some cells are being built. I say, which one do you want to be with? I say, don't hold on to the one breaking down because it's going to break down. Let go of the one that's breaking down. Put your energy, your effort, your action into building the better one that is coming. And so we're in the middle of this chaos, which is coming down and being built up. And I say, your health and your future is dependent on which one of these you want to hold on to. You want to hold on to the caterpillar? You're going to die because the caterpillar is death and the butterfly is life. And so we're facing at this moment with the breakdown, the jobs are being lost, the economy is crashing, the whole world is in a shaky. I say, in this moment of shaky, you have a choice. And I say, unfortunately, too many people, oh, I want the old one, give it back to me, the old one. I said, the old one is the problem. And you got to let go. And I say, you got to have harmony. I go, what's harmony? I go, vibration. What's vibration? I go, music. You're creating thoughts are vibration. That's when they put wires on your head. They read called the electroencephalogram. They're reading your mind. I said, what are they reading? Vibration. I say, so if you change the vibration, change the mind, you get another world. And therefore, vibration is the key element of quantum physics that determines if we're going to build something or we're going to take something down, depends on the vibration. Less than 1% of disease is connected to genetics. Over 90% of illness on this planet is all due to stress and lifestyle. And I say, why is it relevant? Because if we understood this, then 90% of illness would disappear from this planet essentially instantaneously. So we have to make an understanding of how do they connect with each other, okay? So basically, the understanding is this. Cells have to adjust their biology for an environment. So as the environment changes, cells have to change their biology. And the significance about that, as we mentioned very briefly, is that the genes respond to the chemistry of the blood. I go, why? Because the chemistry of the blood comes from the brain. I go, yeah, but what chemistry comes from the brain? I go, it's based on the picture held in our mind. The brain translates our pictures into complementary chemistry. So, for example, if you open your eyes and you see someone you love, the brain translates love into wonderful, healthy chemistry, dopamine for the great pleasure, oxytocin to bond with your lover, growth hormone, which its function is exactly that. I go, so why is it relevant? I say, well, when people fall in love, they're happy, they're excited, and they're healthy because the chemistry that comes from a picture of love is a chemistry that enhances the vitality of the cells. In contrast, though, if I open my eyes and I see something that scares me, I say, no love chemistry is coming out of this brain. Fear chemistry comes out. And I go, well, what is fear chemistry related to? And it's simply related to an ancient history. Fear means we were running away from a saber-toothed tiger back in those days. And I go, so what does fear represent? something is chasing you, something's interfering with you, something's threatening, and fear and stress can come about. I'll give you a simple definition of what stress is. Anything that gets in the way of your destination, whatever your destination is. If something gets in the way of that destination, it provokes stress. Okay? And I go, so what's relevant about this? And I say, let's go back and understand what the stress response was all about. And that was originally run away from that saber-toothed tiger. I go, what do you mean run away? I go, well, you want to save your life, you better start running, use arms and legs and start running. And I go, oh, so in a state of fear, you want to use your arms and legs. I go, yeah, you hit them with your pancreas. The lion doesn't care about that. But if you run away, you're going to make it. And I go, so here's the storyline. The arms and legs are what protect you. And I say, and to use them, they need blood, because blood is where energy is. Okay? Now I'm going to give you a statement out of a physiology book and then explain it very simply. And the statement is this: when a person's in stress, the blood is preferentially sent to the arms and legs. Okay, yeah, when I'm in stress, more blood is going to my arms and legs. I go, preferentially? Where was it before? I go, it was in the gut. I say, well, what's the function of the gut? Maintenance of the body, fixing, cleaning, repairing. It takes care of maintenance of the body. I say, so why is it relevant? I said, if you're running from a saber-toothed tiger, maintenance of the body is not necessary at this moment. Escape is necessary, because if you don't escape, then the body is nourishment for a tiger. So the issue about it is this: when stress hormones are released into the system, they cause the blood vessels in the gut to squeeze shut. I go, why is that? Because then it pushes the blood preferentially to the arms and legs. People feel that when those blood vessels are squeezing like this. It's called butterflies in the stomach. They feel a little queasy. I go, what is that? That's the closing of the blood vessels shunting the blood off. You can feel it. Okay. So I say, oh, so being chased by a tiger, I shut down the growth and maintenance of my body to use the energy to run away from the tiger. Okay. Number two, the immune system uses tremendous amount of energy. I go, what do you mean? I said, well, if you've ever really been sick, you didn't even have the energy to get out of bed. Okay. So if the immune system is really engaged, you're using a lot of energy. And I go, well, the immune system is protecting me from an internal threat, bacterial infection. Okay. So now I give you this scenario. You're being chased by a saber-toothed tiger and you have a bacterial infection. How would you split the energy between repairing the infection or escaping the tiger? I hope everyone understands. The hell with the bacterial infection. Why? If the tiger catches you, the bacteria no longer is your problem at that moment. Yes. So basically, then it says this: when we are under a stress from an outside threat, the stress hormones shut off the immune system to conserve energy to escape the threat. And I go, wow, what does that mean? I said, well, it doesn't. You don't activate the immune system because you need all the energy to run away. And I go, well, this is very critical for a very important reason. And I say, well, why is it critical? And I say, well, you shut down the immune system. And as a matter of fact, it's the stress hormones are so effective at shutting down the immune system that when a person is going to receive an organ transplant, heart, lungs, or whatever, they give the recipient of those organs stress hormones before the operation. I go, why? Because it prevents the immune system from rejecting the foreign organ right away. It inhibits the immune system. So stress hormones are used therapeutically to shut off the immune system. So I say, what's the consequence of this? I say, well, you shut down the growth and maintenance of the body and you shut down the immune system. Yeah, but hey, if you escape the tiger, it's 10 minutes. If you escape in 10 minutes, no more threat. And I go, then what? Oh, you return back into growth again. Okay. So I go, so why is this relevant? I say, well, that was a long time ago when the only stress was the damn tiger. But today, people have stress 24/7, 365, stress every day, and it's dripping stress hormones into them. I say, well, what's it doing? I say, well, a couple of things I just mentioned. It's interfering with the growth and maintenance of the body, which has to be maintained. And I said, well, what's the consequence of that? I said, it's a breakdown of the system. So prolonged stress causes a breakdown of the system, okay? Number two, it inhibits the immune system, so you're more open to infections and threats from the outside. So now not only have I weakened myself, now I've made myself more open for infection because the immune system isn't working. And then I want to add the last one, because I call the last one adding the insult to the injury. Well, you just injured yourself. You're not maintaining the body. You're not using the immune system. I go, what else? I go, when you're in a fight or flight situation, thinking is not a good thing. I go, what do you mean? Thinking is slow. It's a very slow process. I go, so what happens? I say, when the stress hormones come into the body, they also squeeze the blood vessels shut in the forebrain consciousness. I said, so why would it do that? I say, because it pushes the blood to the hindbrain where reflex and reactions are taken care of. So let's say you're driving a car and it starts to go out of control. Guess what? You're not thinking. Instantly your consciousness is shut off. You're just reflexively with the wheel and the brakes, the pedals, whatever, no thinking. I go, oh, so then when we're under stress, we are less intelligent. I go, yes. And I go, why is that relevant? Because the fears that are in this world are always compromising us to the extent that the healthcare crisis is global, everywhere, okay? The amount of money you spend on healthcare doesn't mean anything is better. The U.S. spends the most money on healthcare and it's got the worst health statistics of any other country in the progressive West. I go, well, why is that relevant? I say, money didn't make us any healthier. The problem we have is not the immune system. The problem we have is stress. And then if you eliminate the stress, then the immune system, everything comes back to order again. And I go, so what's the issue? I say, the healthcare crisis today has virtually nothing to do with genes. 1% of illness, that's probably about the most. 99% obviously is coming from where's illness coming from? And the answer is stress and lifestyle. When a raindrop hits a pond, the ripples that come off of the raindrop are the shape of water, but the water was shaped by the energy from the rock. So the energy is now visualized, not the ripple itself, it's the shape of the ripple. So we have all these waves. And I go, so what? And I say, well, when you look at a pond and it's raining out, the first thing you notice that all the ripples are converging with each other and they're modifying each other. And that, so basically everything is connected and everything is energy. But the final shape is really dependent on the waves and their patterns when they come together. Some energy comes together and it enhances power. That's called constructive interference. And in human terms, that is good vibes. Yeah. Mainly because you're an energy pattern, and if you're in an energy field that is in harmony with you, two energies in harmony come together and they add up so that we get more power. Okay, so there are fields that are really good and you can feel them, good vibes. And as I said, what's good vibes? I feel more power being around you. Not that I'm touching you or anything at that level, because you're radiating energy, I'm radiating energy, but if we're radiating harmonic energy.
Yeah, we're in musical terms, synchrony or harmony.
Harmony.
Right, versus dissonance.
And that's enhancing of power.
Yeah, yeah.
But then there's another form of energy, and this other form of energy is, let's say this wave is going up and this wave is going down. When this one's going down, this one's going up. So they're not in harmony, okay? And they're interfering, and it's called destructive interference, which is the opposite of when we just said two harmonies come together. Yeah. They're interfering, but it's called constructive because there's more power. But two energies can come together in a destructive form and cancel out everything. And like in technology, they have earphones that are called noise canceling. Yeah. You got all this noise, you put the earphones on, the noise disappears. I said, where'd the noise go? And the interesting part was the earphones have a microphone. They're recording the sound of the environment, the vibration. And then through the electronics, it plays the sound back, but just out of phase. So they're not both in harmony now. One is going up and the other's going down. They're just out of phase. But that, when you add up two out of phase waves, that's cancellation.
That's so brilliant.
To make, those kind of earphones, for example, noise canceling, is it's not you subtracted something from a noise. You added a noise to a noise. You added a vibration to a vibration. So now I say, oh, well, now there's a range. Energies can come together and enhance and multiply and be more powerful, or energies that are not in harmony can come together and cancel each other out. Okay? Constructive interference, destructive interference, but in human terms is constructive interference, good vibes, more power, and destructive interference, bad vibes. The belief that genes turn on and off is taking power away from the individual, because if the genes were turning on and off and I did not control them, then by definition I am a victim of which genes did I get from my family? Did cancer genes come in, heart disease genes, or diabetes? And now we recognize that in regard to disease, genes are responsible for less than 10% of disease. In fact, there are indications that genes are only responsible for 1% of disease. So all of a sudden it says, well, wait, we used to think genes cause disease, but if only a small percent of disease is controlled by genes, and where is the disease coming from that is affecting the world? And the answer is, now we know from epigenetics, consciousness, lifestyle, belief systems. These are the ultimate controls of the gene. We know that if you got a cancer gene and that's what you believe, then you think I'm going to get the cancer. And then you get a cancer and you say the genes did it. And now we know, no, that there is no cancer gene. There is not one gene that causes cancer. Genes are correlated with cancer, meaning if your life is not in harmony and you have one of these genes, you can activate a cancer. 50% of the women that have the same BRCA1 gene never get the cancer. The point is very important. Having the gene doesn't mean you get cancer, but having the gene and not living in harmony, not living in a healthy lifestyle, that causes the cancer. And so we have to help people, take them from the belief I'm a victim and give them the science that no, your consciousness is creating this life experience in here. Your consciousness is controlling your genes.
The cells in your body are not connected to the outer environment, but they have to adjust themselves to that outer environment. And the relevance about that, well, then how they know what to do, because something has to tell them what the heck is going on. And so it turns out the nervous system interfaces the environment and then sends signals to the cells to tell them what's going on. So the cells are responding to the perceptions and actions of the central nervous system. And I say, why is that relevant? Because I say it's an interpretation. And so the cells, the simple point, you got 50 trillion citizens, and the mind is a government.
Yes.
And the government talks to these cells. Now you can have a bad leader who tells them this is all crap, it's all falling apart, things don't work. And it's like, they're not going to be happy cells. And it can profoundly different. You talk to your cells and tell them, okay, everything's cool, we're great. When there's a big, incident in the U.S., an accident or, big problem in some community, the president goes to the community.
Yes.
Why does the president go? Because it takes the attention of all the other citizens of the states, focuses on the intention where that president is. So if there's an area where there's a disaster, the energy of all the people are addressed to that area because the president shows up there and that's the leader. So I'm saying the same thing for your cells. You're sort of that president in there. And the point is, when you touch some part on your body, your conscious attention focuses on that part of the body. And intention is energy. And it's a healing energy when you're sending a good message to that part of the body. So you touch it, talk to it, and it sounds like, oh, crazy. I go, no. You are directly sending information via your consciousness to all the cells to focus healing on this part. If you change the picture in your mind, you change the chemistry, you change the fate. So I'll give an example. If I have a picture of love in my mind, the brain releases complementary chemistry, dopamine, pleasure, oxytocin, bond with your loved one, growth hormone, which does exactly what it says. It enhances your growth. And that's why when people fall in love, the chemistry of the brain going into the blood, the culture medium, enhances vitality. People glow when they fall in love. People are healthy when they fall in love. It's not an accident. It's the chemistry of your culture medium.
Mm-hmm.
But now I say, but wait, what if I have a picture of fear? I go, oh, well, love chemistry doesn't come out when fear is in the picture. The brain releases stress hormones and factors that affect the immune system and growth of the system. And I go, oh, my goodness. I say, why is it relevant? Changing my thought changes my chemistry. The chemistry adjusts my biology. So if I can control my thoughts, I can control the chemistry, and therefore I control the biology. That takes me to empowerment, mastery. After being programmed by medicine and biology all these years that you're just a victim of your genes, that's 100% false. Genes cannot turn on and off by themselves. They're controlled by the signals of the environment, which are then controlled by the brain and the consciousness. Yep. And all of a sudden it says, yeah, but I control those things. I go, yes, you do. And as a result, you have power to heal yourself and create what you want on this planet.
Just to begin with, a very interesting concept that Judeo-Christianity has provided the large population of the world with a belief that Genesis occurred and God created the planet and the water and then the animals and the plants. And after all this creation, then God said, let's add some humans to the mix. So we didn't come from that creation, we were added to the earth. Science comes in and also separates us from the planet because conventional science, based on what is called Newtonian physics, we are physical particles separate from each other. No, we're all separate pieces. And we lost the understanding that the word Gaia is a living organism. The earth is a cell. We are connected to everything. We've lost that vision. We feel that we are a piece in a bunch of pieces. And as I said, are we going to be safe or are we going to be afraid in this? And I said, then we want to protect ourselves. And if you understand the breathing of most people, it's very shallow. It's right up here. Why? I don't want to take too much of the outside in. I'm protecting myself, but as Sadhviji said, we still need oxygen. So we breathe in a little bit of oxygen, but we want to be separate. And the simple reality is, those beliefs are totally false. We were created with everything. We are created from everything. There is no separation between us and the world in which we live. And so when we are breathing very shallow, we are actually, remember I said, protection, close yourself down. Shallow breathing, closing yourself down. When you start to learn to take in the breath of life, you are opening yourself to the entire world around us. And that opening of the world makes us part of this world, not a separate piece from one another. So breathing becomes a very important part of, am I hiding from the world by just breathing a little tiny bit? Or can I take in this breath and become part of this oneness that we are? Your separation is where all the problems of life come from. Your breathing can open you up to this entire world, to take it in. You are this world. You are every bit of this. You're a reflection of everything out there. You came from that. So basically, can we stop the protection that we think is helping us, but it's the protection that is killing us? And breathing, can I take this in? Can I take the world in? Yes. And I can thrive. And so when we start to let go of that protection, the breathing will start to go from shallow chest to abdominal, because I'm taking in the world with every breath. I'm taking in the energy of the world with every breath. And that is what makes us whole. You have shallow breathing, you have fear, all of a sudden you cannot be whole anymore. And so we come here to learn to take power back. And oh my God, closing word, yoga. The most profound teachers I ever sat before, to have the opportunity to learn the lessons that were so magnificent that I can't fully put them into words. And who were those teachers? They were the cells that I was working on in a petri dish. They showed me, from my point of view and my reference to life, that there was something called spirituality that I didn't know existed. And the moment I saw the mechanics of how a signal from the universe comes in to my body suit, my virtual reality suit, and was running this, there was this instant of recognition. I said, oh my God, I can't die. I'm not even in here. That concept of immortality was one of the first and most important lessons I had. Why? Because all of us, when we grew up as children, there was a point of learning that people die, and that you are people, and that you will do so yourself, and your parents will die, and your friends and loved ones will also die. And we got so caught up in that. The moment of reality that I couldn't die was the most uplifting experience I could ever imagine, because the fear that we are programmed with, that you may not say every day, oh, I'm afraid of dying. You don't have to say it. It's built into your subconscious. It's running your life. Every movement you make, every action you take, there's something in your mind that says, how's this going to affect my life? Am I going to threaten my life by doing this? Or is another person going to threaten my life? And we get into that. So for me, the truest knowledge I got was not a devotion to spirit. It was an owning of spirit. It was owning it without saying, I think it's this way. I owned it. And the moment I owned it, a weight that I ever knew I was even carrying around disappeared, because I became free for the first time to recognize I'm here for something other than my life. The cells taught me this as well, and the cells also taught me what I mentioned briefly the other day, the next important fact when you put the two together, and that is that we have been programmed in this world not to love ourselves. We've been programmed to be criticized. We have parents who criticize us. We have teachers who criticize us. We have people all around that criticize us. So what does that mean? Every action you take, there's something back there, the program of criticism that says, are you doing it right? Are you doing it right? And then you live by this criticism. When you learn that you're part of spirit as real, then you realize you're a part of everything that is. You're a part of, if you want to say God, how can you be critical of God? And all of a sudden I started to realize I cannot lead my life in that critical nature. I'm going to own who I am. I'm a spirit that has come to this planet to experience and to create and to manifest heaven on earth. And I have now two lives. I have previous learning life, struggle, anger, control, trying to fix everything. And I have post experience, a calmness, an understanding that it's all driven by love. Even if other people can't see through their filter of criticism, you're still driven by love. Every one of you is a piece of all that is. Every one of you. And if that critical mind comes up and says not good enough in any sense, there's a point where you have to stand back and say, that's not me. I am more than the program. And when you let go of that problem of self-criticism, you learn and experience for the first time in your life self-love. And why is this important? Because as I learned through years, I could not love the people around me until I could learn to love myself. It was always simple. It was a joke in my head. Somebody would say they love me, and I go, what kind of quality control do these people have? I can't love me. How can they love me? And I would reject and push away the love because I couldn't own it to accept it. And if I could leave one message behind about love, is that you are love. You are a piece of God that came here to create the most beautiful thing in the universe, planet Earth. As we go outside and see nature and the glory of this planet, that's why we can understand how beings from other places are, if anything, jealous not to come here to share in this beauty. So if I could just leave you with this understanding, you came here to create heaven. Other people took away your power by programming you to criticize yourself. Own who you are, because then your creative abilities will come forth. And guess what I found out? I didn't have to go out and make it happen. I didn't have to go out and beat the world to find success to bring it in. I just walked out in love, and it all came to me. Just like every one of you here is a part of that one love. And when I come to Uplift, which is the whole message to tell people we are one love, I get so elevated. I was behind the curtains back there when We Are Made Out of Love was reverberating through this building. And you could feel it. You could feel it. Even if I couldn't see you, I was behind the curtain. I could feel the power of that love, because you were all so beautiful without your filter. And so recognizing that was a choice. There's a choice to say, do I want to be the filter or do I want to be me? And when you start to recognize me as not just this isolated thing, but me as every one of you joining together as one collective, all that is, the glory of life on this planet cannot be built by anything else in the universe than what you can do here. You are creators. Own your creativity. Own your spirit. It's not words. It's not devotion. It's a true knowledge. You are spiritual. And that is the opening of life.
What we now know is the conscious mind, if you stay in the conscious mind, you have power. But if the conscious mind is thinking, it is not using its power to interfere with to enact with the outer world. Thinking is using the power to go to the inner world. So a thought is not outside, a thought is inside. Yeah, but the conscious is reading the thought. So I said, what does that mean? I said, well, the conscious is helping me create this world. Oh, but wait, the moment I'm thinking, I have to take that consciousness, redirect it, not look out, but redirect it, because thinking is inside. So I said, well, what does that mean? I said, well, the moment you are thinking, you are not creating your world at this moment. I said, what does that mean? I say, if you're driving the car and all of a sudden you start thinking, what it means is you're not looking out the window anymore. You are now looking inside, because answers for thoughts are on the inside. And then you go, oh my God, you stop looking out the window, the car's gonna crash. And I go, cool part, or not.
Yeah.
The subconscious is autopilot. So the moment consciousness is not paying attention, the subconscious takes the wheel. But now comes the problem. The subconscious is not you, it's the program. So if I got bad driving instructions, then when the subconscious takes the wheel as autopilot, it's going to take me down the road to ruin. It's not going to take me to where conscious says, I want to have this wonderful success. But my program is, you're not worthy, you're not smart enough, you're not deserving. So when that program grabs the wheel, it's not going to take me to success. It's going to take me to where the program goes. So if I disempower you in your programming, and 95% of your life comes from that, the rest of your life is struggle. And it's not because you couldn't create it, it's just you didn't realize that this subconscious guy is working 95% of the time, and you don't see it. And this is where, how come life seems to be a struggle from the outside coming in, when it's like, oh my God, you didn't get it. You're creating both success and you're creating failure. It's not coming from outside. When people gather together and have thoughts like a meditation on healing or peace and love, that when they come together, they can influence the world around them. In fact, even the project called the Global Coherence Project revealed that when people come together and start sharing awareness, it actually changes the electromagnetic field of the earth. So our thoughts are not passive, they're influencing everything in the world in which we live. So when people come together, consider this, that each person's brain is like a tuning fork sending out thoughts and vibration. And this is revealed in the science of magnetoencephalograph. Most people are familiar with something called the electroencephalograph. You put wires on a person's head and you could read their brain activity. But a new understanding of how to read brain activity, magnetoencephalograph, the probe is out here.
This is the most profound insight for this reason. If I can read your brain activity out here, that means your brain activity is not contained in your head. It's broadcast into the field. So each of us, our brains are like tuning forks sending out vibrations to the world. Each individual has a power to their tuning fork. But as more and more individuals come together, it's an additive effect. That you have more individuals, more power, and the more individuals, the more power. And so as we come together in a group, our thoughts are really being amplified and sending out a vibration. And these vibrations affect people who are not even listening, really, because the power of amplitude of these thoughts will entrain people who are not even paying attention because of this power. So a person just walking through a field will go, feels it, because we're all broadcasting this energy. And this is why coming together in a community and sharing awareness has power. A very simple point. If I go outside with my tuning fork right now and say, let there be peace in the world, I'm not necessarily going to change anything, maybe not even anything right here in the street. But if we get a large number of people to have the same thought, we change the world. And this is why it's so important to understand the collective nature of consciousness. That when we all start to have harmony, we broadcast that harmony and the world will become in harmony with our thoughts.
Why does stress cause so much disease? I'll tell you why. Stress, you're running away from that saber-toothed tiger, whatever's threatening you. And I say, what is stress? Anything that gets in the way of where you want to go is a stressor. I say, so why is that relevant? I go, because that's like in the mind, the saber-toothed tiger, and you want to run. That's what's fight or flight. And I say, but you use your arms and legs. I go, yeah, but that I need the energy. I said, the blood carries the energy. So I say, so what? When the stress hormones come into the body, you want the body to put the blood into the arms and legs because you're going to have to run. That's what fear and stress is about. I go, so what do you mean put it? Isn't it in the arms and legs? I go, yeah, but most of the blood is in your gut. I say, what's the gut? All the organs of maintenance, take care of your health, fix the blood, aerate, clean, all that stuff. I go, yeah, but when you're in stress, I don't need to take care of myself. I got to run away from the tiger. So stress hormones, number one, shut off the blood vessels in the gut. And I said, that's like butterflies in the stomach. When you feel that fear, that's the stress hormones causing the blood vessels to squeeze. I said, so why would you do that? Because then the blood is pushed to the arms and legs. That's where most of the energy is needed. That's number one. So you compromise health just by having stress hormones because you're shutting it off the maintenance. But number two, the immune system uses a lot of energy. That's why when people are sick, sometimes they can't even get out of bed. I say, so if I'm being chased by a saber-toothed tiger and I got a bacterial infection, how do I want to, split the energy? And I go, the hell with a bacterial infection. The saber-toothed tiger catches you. Bacteria is not your problem anymore. So guess what? Stress hormones by function shut down the immune system. And I go, and it's so effective that when doctors want to transplant a foreign organ into a recipient and they don't want the recipient's immune system to reject the foreign organ, before they do the transfer, they give the recipient stress hormones to shut off the immune system so it doesn't reject the foreign organ. I say, the stress hormones are so effective at shutting it off. They use it therapeutically to shut it off. And I go, why is it relevant? Because our entire world is in such stress all the time that they're dripping stress hormones. And I say, what are they doing? They're shutting off the growth and maintenance of the body. They're shutting down the immune system. I say, net result, illness and death from stress. And that is why up to 90% of illness comes from stress, because the chemistry of stress redirects your energy to run, not to be conscious and aware and healthy. Take care of yourself. I say, what do you mean? First of all, take care of your system. It will manage this virus without killing you. But first of all, you have to make sure your blood has proper nutrition. You need to be healthy in the system. And our diet is so compromised with industrial crap food and garbage food that I have to tell people, you got to go back and eat natural. You have to go back and eat organic, because industrial farm stuff is filled with chemistry that is causing you more problems.
It's killing you.
Number two, take vitamins and supplements. Why? Especially vitamin C and vitamin D. These enhance the immune system. Lots of vitamin C.
way beyond whatever they say.
You met Linus Pauling?
Yes, and it's interesting because I lectured at his institute when I was at Stanford.
Wow.
And it was interesting because the science has revealed that massive doses, I take 2 grams of vitamin C every morning.
High five.
And the relevance about that is I'm also, what am I trying to do? De-stressing. I'm not stressed. I live in another world. I walk out the door. I don't live in that world of the people around me. They're the ones that are stressed. I'm like, I'm not stressed. I'm okay. I'm 76. Am I afraid because I'm old? Bullshit. It's BS, belief system, excuse me, that I'm not afraid to go outside. I eat well. I take vitamins and supplements. Hey, do work, exercise, something to keep the body moving because that enhances the vitality of the circulatory system, which is delivering immune function. So eat well, vitamins, supplements, do exercise. And number 4, most important, do not put the fear in your head because the function of the mind is to manifest whatever you believe. And if you start to believe in the fear, then the function of the mind is to manifest that fear. And that's why the whole idea is shut off the damn TV and don't listen to these people because they are disempowering you with fear. And fear is where you lost your power because once you do, fear is you shut yourself off. And you can't shut yourself off. We are connected to a world. You can't live in a bubble, you'll die. And the idea is, if you buy the fear, you are putting up walls around you because you want to protect. I'm protecting here. I say walls are the opposite of growth. Growth, you have to open yourself to put things in, okay? And fear is you shut everything down. When we're not really feeling well, is that a physical problem or is it an emotional chemical problem? Well, when it turns out that less than 10% of disease, in fact, maybe even closer to 1% of disease is actually connected to our genetics and our physiology, we have to say, then where is our illness coming from? And the answer is not from the mechanism, but from the consciousness that is driving that mechanism. And this is the relevance of the new science of epigenetics versus the old belief called genetics. They both sound the same, genetics, epigenetics, but there's a revolution. And what's the difference? The belief in genetics is that when I say this issue, this illness, or whatever it is under genetic control, is the belief that genes are actually manifesting the problem. Now there's an issue about that. As far as we know, we didn't pick the genes we came with. If we don't like the characteristics we have, can't change the genes. And then we're also told that genes turn on and off by themselves. If you put all that together, you recognize that you're not in charge of your life. Your genes are controlling your life. Well, that's the old belief. Because the new science is called epigenetics. And it sounds the same, but that epi is a revolution for this reason. Epi means above. So for example, what do we call skin? Epidermis. I said, what does it mean? The layer above the dermis, epi, above. So I said, then what does epigenetic control means? It simply translates as this, control above the genes. What control is that? Consciousness. Your perception of your world is what controls your genes. And if you're not feeling well, the issue is you don't have to change your biology, you just have to change your perception. And this will then give you your power back. And this is what we have to recognize. We're not victims of biology, we are masters of our biology. Patience, for a simple reason. You have to have patience in reprogramming because you're dealing with habits that will automatically replay themselves every time. You're trying to rewrite a habit, so you have to create a new habit. It's not going to happen the first time or the second time. But as you become aware and conscious of it, every time a negative behavior shows up and you are becoming more conscious, you are in the power position of changing that behavior at that moment and then engaging in behaviors that you really want. Therefore, not only does it take patience, but it takes practice. So you and your partner in a relationship have to have the dialogue with each other. When a behavior shows up that one of the individuals is creating and unaware of, then the other person must say, look, you perhaps didn't see what you just said or what you just did, automatic subconscious behavior, it wasn't really the best thing. And through a nice dialogue and through practice, what you can end up is, again, leading to an opportunity to engage with each other, and as a result, create new programming that supports both your wishes and desires and aspirations. And this is the next and last step of putting that honeymoon relationship back together. So, in conclusion, what can we say about this whole honeymoon effect is this. Number one, people talk about mind-body interactions and mind controlling life. And well, a lot of people say, my mind wouldn't have created this life. You can go back to a point where you fell in love and recognize a very simple truth. What you created was not an accident. It was an activation of your conscious wishes, desires, and aspirations. You already did create heaven on earth. The issue is what happened to it? And I said, the interference from the subconscious mind. If you understand the programming and how that programming is the default behavior, and you understand how you can rewrite that programming, then you're given an opportunity to eliminate the negative programs in your subconscious that have been sabotaging you, and instead replace them with behaviors that correspond with your wishes and desires. And when you do that, so that your conscious mind and your subconscious mind have the same program, then guess what? At that moment, whether you're paying attention or whether you're not paying attention, you'll be engaged in the honeymoon experience. It never has to go away. The honeymoon is an experience that you could have your whole life. This is why we were here. We were here to create heaven on earth. The one time you did it is when you fell in love. It could have stayed that way if you understood the mechanisms we have described here. But when you do understand the mechanisms, it says you can go back and recreate that and make it a permanent way of life. You were born into heaven. You've experienced it once or more, and you can do it again and again and again, because that's how powerful you are. You are a creator, and you are in heaven. When you use your creation, you will manifest heaven every day in your life and enjoy the beauty of a living experience on this wonderful planet.
The brain is like a tuning fork. The brain works by electrical vibration. It doesn't see things. You know, oh, my eyes are sending in information. No, it doesn't see light. It sees vibration. Sound, vibration. Smell, vibration.
Yep.
So the brain is a receiver of vibration. But now, as we know, using what is called magnetoencephalograph, which is like electroencephalograph, EEG.
Yeah.
EEG, I put my wires on my head, and I'm recording brain activity. I'm not recording visual, I'm recording vibrations.
Mm-hmm.
So we say, oh, inside the brain, there's a lot of electrical activity, vibrations, which are turned into meaning, okay?
Yeah.
But the new device is called magnetoencephalograph, not EEG, MEG.
Okay.
I say, what's relevant? I say, there's a probe, it's reading brain activity. You know what? It doesn't touch the head. The probe is out here.
Oh, yeah. I've heard you talk about that before.
Well, this
in your
becomes very
lectures.
critical because basically if I'm reading my brain function out here, my brain function is vibration.
Yeah.
And what am I reading? Vibration. Then it says, not only is my brain taking in vibration, but my brain is sending out vibration. Now, immediately we just talked about constructive and destructive interference. So if a negative vibration is coming into my world, my brain, using destructive vibrational frequencies, can cancel the negative around me. If something wonderful is coming into my brain can take that vibration and put it in harmony and then enhance the power of that vibration.
Yeah.
So the brain has an opportunity to cancel or enhance any vibration in the field.
So that vibration that the brain is putting out, would you translate that to the sound of your thoughts?
Absolutely. Vibration is sound. It's just a different octave, but it's all sound. But first of all, I mean, the hardest part that people, it's very difficult for them, and it was even difficult for me, even reading the book on quantum physics, is there is nothing that's physical. Everything is energy and vibration.
Yeah.
And that's very difficult for the average person, like I was, to say, I'm looking at you, and I say, what a beautiful physical expression, and then to find out There was no physical expression. And now it's like, what the
What do you
heck does that
mean?
mean? And the fact is that we read vibration.
Yeah.
And so everything is vibration in the universe, and that's the bottom line of quantum physics.
Well, the stress is what? Is to prepare you for a threat. Stress says there's something threatening you. And I say, well, if I'm preparing for a stress, that's what we just mentioned. I say, if I'm not threatened, I'm free to go outside and do anything I want. If I feel threatened, I'm going to wall myself off to protect myself, put all the goggles on, the face mask, and do all that. No, I'm going to be inside here. I go, you can't survive inside. I'll give a simple example. When I was young, we had air raid drills in the U.S. because we thought the Russians were going to bomb us. So we built bomb shelters. So I'll give you a very simple story. A city, a community is in growth. It's a beautiful day out. The businesses are working. The kids are in school. The community is growing and doing well. An air raid siren goes off. What does everybody do? They stop work. Where do they go? They go under the ground into the air raid shelter. I say, then what? I say, well, nothing is happening now. Everything's shut down. Okay. And I go, yeah. And I say, then what? I say, well, in 10 or 15 minutes, all clear. We get out of the bomb shelter. Everybody goes back to work. So it was like a, half-hour interruption during the day where we were growing. Then we spent a half hour in protection, and then we came out of protection and went back to work again. Everything was no problem. Here's the problem. The air raid siren goes off. You go into the bomb shelter, and there is no all clear. I said, what does that mean? I said, well, you can't come out of the bomb shelter. I said, until when? I said, you can't come out until it's all clear. I said, when is it all clear? I said, it's not getting all clear. I said, how long can I live in the bomb shelter? I said, not very long. Why? How much food did you put in there? How much water do you have in your bomb shelter? And the point is, you'll use up those resources, and if you don't come out, you will die in the bomb shelter. When we're in stress, we go into the bomb shelter psychologically. We wall ourselves off. We're safe inside here. And I say, how long can you survive inside the bomb shelter? I say, a short period of time was no big deal. But as you extend the time, my life becomes threatened. And this COVID crap is going around and extending the fear on and on and on again. We're having a second spike. I go, big deal. I mean,
normal, right?
Why have a
predictable?
How come I have a second spike? I said, if you take the susceptible people and you move them into a quarantine, so they're not exposed to the virus, and they're healthy in their room, and I say, then you say quarantine over and you come out. I go, did the virus go away? No, that's still there. Are you still susceptible? Of course you are. You didn't get any immune reaction in the bomb shelter over there. I say, so what do you think would happen if you let that group of people you put away back out? I go, they'll get infected just like that first group of people. And guess what? It's called a spike. I go, of course it's a spike. You took them out of the program. You put them back into the show. They get and then you say, second spike. I go, did you not expect a second spike? And what reason why would there not be a second spike? You didn't lose the virus. You didn't gain any immune precaution against it. You just opened up the next population. Yeah, here we are in the second spike. Of course, that's exactly what would happen if you take the population and put it away and then think, well, okay, now they can come back out. I say, you didn't change anything. They're just out now the second spike. So all of this stuff. And I go, so you want to know what I believe the biggest problem of the whole thing is? Because I see it as a manipulation of information. And that is this. People have power when they're in community. People have no power when there is no community. And the COVID system broke community all over the world at once. Everybody went to their room. I go, and what power do you have? I say, absolutely no power. People lost all the power in the world except for those that were manipulating what was going on outside of that room. And that was a way of disempowering an entire damn population of this planet with the fear that said, go hide in your room because you can't gather together. You can't have an opinion together. No, you can stay in your room and you stay in your room. And all of a sudden I say, oh my God, that's the biggest problem in the whole world. You've isolated people, and when you've done that, you've removed their ability to have power. There's a thing called resonance. When something vibrates at the same vibration, they enhance their power. So two instruments are playing at the same vibration, that vibration is more amplified, okay?
But here's the point. Why does a patient come to a doctor? And the answer is because we have been programmed to believe that's our source of healing. They never said what the doctor had to do when you were a kid. Oh, you're sick. We go to the doctor. Nobody told you what a doctor would do. What did you learn? That the doctor provides whatever it is. So we give up power over our life because that doctor's a professional. What the hell do I know? I'm just an average person. So when it comes to a truth, which is my conscious and subconscious mind, when it comes to a truth, I give up power to the doctor. So if the doctor has got a lot of energy and everything is energy, that's a whole different, I wish we had another hour, I'd talk about that, but the illusion of matter, that's we look like everything is physical, and quantum physics is a science that says, no, everything is energy. So I say, when a person who is an energy source goes to a doctor who is an energy source, the healing comes from the doctor having a higher energy, a higher, more powerful energy. So when I walk into the doctor's office, just walking into the doctor's office, all of a sudden I feel a different energy because that's the person that knows and I don't. And I say, so why is it relevant? I say, if a doctor goes in not having a good day, and chiropractors know this, they can practice for years, and then sometimes they go in and the whole day is crappy adjustments, and it's like, it's not working. Well, I say, what, did you forget how to do an adjustment? You've been doing it 30 years. And they go, no, they came in with their own mind not being in harmony, whether they had a fight with their spouse or their financial issues. And I go, why is it relevant? The person that came in for the healing came in for the extra energy that the healer was going to give them. But if the healer themselves have broken energy because of the stresses and there's all that, when the patient comes in, the doctor has no powers very much. And that's why they realize, geez, my adjustments didn't work and I've been doing it all these years. I go, you didn't forget how to do adjustment. No. But when you're touching somebody, that's called hands-on healing. And if you're putting in energy that's less than the energy of the patient, then the energy of the patient comes down instead of going up. And all of a sudden it says, physician, heal thyself, meaning before you go in there and deal with the patient, they came in for your energy. And if your energy is not up to the higher level, then you can't boost their energy. You can only boost it if your energy is higher. And so the physician, the healer, the nurse, more important, because they're even the ones that more importantly are the more dialogue connected to the patient than a lot of physicians who hardly even notice what's going on. But it's nurses a lot and the aides that are doing a lot of the healing. Why? They have the energy, they spend more entanglement time.
Sure.
And therefore, that's really interesting. So what is healing? I say raising the energy, the vibration. Energy is life. No energy, death. High energy, a lot of life. Is the physician, the healer, the nurses, the attendants, are they offering more energy than the patient has? If they do, then you're lifting the health of that patient. The things that you wish for, desire, want in your life, and you have to work hard, sweat over it. I'm putting a lot of effort in. I'm going to make it. I'm working on it. And I go, why are you working so hard? The answer is beautiful. Because whatever that destination is, you don't have a program to support it. And you're trying to override a habit that doesn't give you what you want by putting more effort into it. And I go, good idea, not good process. Why? 95% of your life is coming from that program. And 5% from this little conscious mind up here cannot mathematically, if you think about it, the subconscious is 1,000,000 times more powerful programmer than the conscious mind. I say, and you want to override the subconscious? I go, boy, that's a bitch. That's not going to work very well. And yet there are ways to do it, because if it didn't, this is going to be a lousy interview. But there are ways to rewrite it. And the idea about it is, if you understand the process, you can rewrite your life and change the outcome. You can change these programs sometimes in 15 minutes or less, okay? But you need to know how to do it, okay? The relevance about all this is the movie The Matrix. It's science fiction. I go, no. Movie The Matrix is a documentary. What do you mean? I go, premise, everybody's been programmed. I go, oh, that's a given. We are all programmed from last trimester to age 7. Everyone is. But in the movie, they say, well, you can take a red pill and get out of the program. And I want to suggest that most people in our audience right now that we have here today have taken the red pill at one time or another, and their life profoundly changed. I go, when was that? One of the best examples is when people fall in love. I go, what do you mean? I go, well, their life is blah, 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 blah. They fall in love. They meet somebody 24 hours later. Oh, life is so beautiful. I'm so in love. I'm so happy. Look, I'm glowing. Look, I got growth hormone in my system. I go, 24 hours later, after blah, 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 all those years, and 24 hours later, you manifest heaven on earth? I go, how'd that happen? And the answer is beautiful. Because the answer is when you fall in love, you stop thinking. You stay present. It's called staying mindful. I go, what does that mean? I say, when you're thinking is when the subconscious autopilot kicks in. If you're not thinking, then the conscious creative mind is the one that's manifesting your life. So I go, the moment you fell in love, why would you think? And the reason is this: you've been waiting for this person your whole life. They showed up. You want to think and disconnect from this? I go, no, you want to stay present. You want to be mindful. You want to be there. I go, you stop thinking. I say, what's the result? It's the red pill. The moment you stop thinking is you're not diverting to the subconscious anymore. You are operating from conscious wishes and desires. And so the honeymoon is not an accident. It's a manifestation that says, I'm not playing the program. You're being chased by a saber-toothed tiger. I say, you need energy to survive. You have to run. I say, where's the energy going to go? I say, well, energy's in the blood. That's what carries the energy. I say, when the stress hormones come in because the tiger is chasing you, it does several things. It shuts off the blood flow to the gut, the viscera, all the organs, pancreas, stomach, intestines. I go, it shuts off the blood supply. I say, why? I don't need to fix and maintain the body if the tiger is going to catch me. Then that's a waste of my energy. I want all the energy go to my arms and legs to escape. So I say, stress hormones shut off the mechanism of the viscera, the growth and maintenance of the body while you're being chased. I say, what else? And here comes the one that you were bringing up. When we're really sick, you don't have a lot of energy to even get out of bed because the immune system uses a lot of energy to keep you healthy. I go, so I'm being chased by a tiger and I have a bacterial infection. So I'm putting energy into run away. I'm putting energy into the infection. I go, why do you worry about the infection? Because if the tiger catches you, the infection is not a problem anymore. You're done, okay? So this is the point you brought up, and this is the most important point for the audience to understand. Stress hormones shut off the immune system so that the energy can be used to run away from the tiger before being used to fight the bacteria. And this is the most important understanding because stress is the cause of over 90% of illness on this planet. Everyone thinks genes are causing the illness. I go, less than 1% of illness is connected to genes. 90% of illness is stress because when you put the stress hormones in, what do? They shut off the maintenance of the body. They shut off the immune system, and they even shut off the intelligence. I go, what do you mean they shut off the intelligence? I say, if the conscious brain, the one up in the front that's connected to you, your person, is a slow processor, like a slow computer. The subconscious is like a super fast computer. If you're being chased by a tiger, it's not the time to think of, I go, no, run! And so the stress hormones shut down the blood vessels in the forebrain, where the consciousness is, pushes the blood with the energy to the hindbrain, where reflexes and reaction, no thinking, because thinking is slow. So I say, so then stress hormones do three things. Number one, they shut off the growth and maintenance of the body. Number two, they shut down the immune system, which protects you from internal problem. And number three, they make you less intelligent. And I go, look at the world today. The stress levels are overriding. As I said, 90% of illness is straight stress, not genetics. It's lifestyle. It's the fear. It's not living in harmony. They don't have enough good music to bring harmony into their world. They're on edge. I go, well, that automatically compromises your health. When you're putting in a wish and a desire, put it in as if you already have it. I am healthy.
I am a good relationship person. I have a great job. What's that? I say, it's like I already have it. And yet most people don't have it. So they'll say, I want a great job. I want a great relationship. I want to be healthy. And I go, make a recording of those words. We just said that. I want to be healthy. Today, right now, Tuesday, we're going to make a recording. I say, now come back in 1 year and let's push the button on that recording. And we come back a year later and it says, I want to be healthy. I go, it's a whole year and you still want to be healthy?
Still don't have it, right?
You didn't say I am healthy. All you're emphasizing, I have a desire to be healthy. I want to be healthy. I have a desire to be healthy. And I go, you can have that desire the rest of your life. You're not going to get healthy. You want to be healthy, you say, I am healthy. But then you look and say, yeah, but in reality, I'm sick. And I go, no. The function of the mind is to take the program and turn it into reality. So if I am sick, but I put a program in, I am healthy, the mind looks, like, well, wait a second. The program is I am healthy, but the body is not healthy. So what's the function of the mind? Create health in the body. It doesn't change the program. It changes the body. And so the idea is this: every time we put a program in, it has to be as if you already have it, in spite of the fact you could be dying of cancer. I go, I am healthy. It sounds kind of weird. And I go, don't worry about it. Just put it on I am healthy, because once it is a program, the function of the mind is to manifest it as reality. That's the part. And so my little caveat, you brought it up, I'm emphasizing it, and that was simply this: that whatever you're downloading, you have to say it as if you already have it. Because if you put a future tense on it, I will, I want, I say, if you record that, that means you will always want to have it. I will do this. You won't get there. So I just wanted to bring that in, because if we're making a program, then you must make sure it says as if you already have it, in spite of the fact you don't. If I have a picture of fear in my mind, I'm afraid of something, my brain translates fear with different chemicals: stress hormones, cortisol, norepinephrine, factors that affect the immune system that are called cytokines or histamine. So basically, in a state of conscious fear, the brain releases chemistry that complements fear. That chemistry goes into the body's blood, and that changes the behavior and the genetics of the person. So that means there's a difference between having positive thoughts and having negative thoughts. And people say, oh, that positive thinking doesn't really work, but that's not true. The best example of positive thinking in a scientific study is called placebo. You have a disease and the doctor says, here's this new pill and it's the brand new science and it's going to cure you, and you believe it. And you take the pill and you get well. Then you find out the pill was a sugar pill. So then you're left with, so what made me well? It's not the sugar pill. It was the positive belief in that sugar pill and how it's going to help your life. So that's called placebo, positive thinking, positive result. Unfortunately, most people don't recognize a more important point. Negative thinking is equally powerful, but it works in the opposite direction. So it turns out, for example, less than 10% of cancer is even connected to a family lineage. 90% of cancer just comes out of the blue, so to speak. But the reality is, no, it's a result of stress and negative thinking. So it's an important point. Positive thinking, negative thinking, equally powerful, because that's the level of consciousness that is translated into the chemistry that controls your genetics. I just want to add a very important point to this. Quantum physics is the most valid science on this planet. There is no science that has been tested more and verified more. And I go, so what's the relevance? Because the primary principle in quantum physics is consciousness is creating our life experiences. And well, when you add epigenetics to that physics, now we understand the mechanism of how consciousness is controlling our biology. So biology and physics are coming together to reveal that we are very powerful creators of our lives. I am so grateful to offer this, because as each one of us takes back our power and each one of us actually starts to live heaven on earth like you did when you fell in love, even if it was only for a week, if you could do that every day of your life and everyone around you was doing that every day of your life, then the simple truth is this: then earth does become heaven. If we're all living as if it's heaven, and the function is to create, the mind is to take that vision and manifest it. If I believe I'm living in heaven, then my world experience will be, what would it be like if I lived in heaven? And being in love is the one time you unconsciously, unknowingly took back power, the equivalent of the red pill. You unknowingly became powerful. And I say, yeah, in 24 hours, you changed your whole demeanor of life after you met this person.
Yeah.
I go, you could have done it in different ways. Didn't have to be with a person. You didn't need to fall in love with a person. You could have been fall in love with gardening.
Yeah.
If you're a gardener, you go out in the garden and you're digging the garden. You're having so much fun and the plants are growing and everything. I go, you just manifested heaven on earth for you. Isn't that beautiful, living in the garden? I go, well, it doesn't have to be another person. Love doesn't. Love is just focusing on something you desire. A pet, a garden, artwork, cleaning up the garage. Really? You say that could be? I say, yeah, because when I'm doing it, I'm creating order and happiness and all that. And I go, well, fine. Then you're cleaning up the garage. I got to clean up the damn garage. So if you're cleaning up because, wow, that's so much better now. I feel so much better in here. It's so clean. I know where everything is. I go, being in love doesn't have, it could be anything that keeps your conscious mind in front. Because it's when your conscious mind goes in the back is when you become the product of your subconscious program. So, and this is great.
I'll leave with this because it's so profoundly important in our world today, and that is this. Apparently, presumably, one of the last things Jesus said when in the crucifixion was, "Father, forgive them. They know not what they do." And I go, we have to recognize that every human is a spiritual entity, but also a program. And we have to recognize that they are not their program. That's been foisted upon them. And then somebody has a bad program and we get into like this, I say, you have to learn to forgive them because they themselves, like Bill didn't know he's behaving like his dad. They don't know it either. And so the idea is that word, that phrase applies to each one of us to move into the future. And that is recognize that everyone is a spiritual entity, but a lot of people have some bad programs. Does that make them a bad person? I go, it makes a bad program for sure. Do I have to hang around with them because they got bad programs? I say, no. But do I have to hate them? No. Because they don't even know what the hell they're doing. And all of a sudden it says, this forgiveness of people doesn't mean you have to be with them. You know, they want to play that program, fine. You do it over there. I'm over here. But you have to recognize, is it them or their program? And then when you recognize this, then that's where that quote comes important. Forgive them. Bill didn't know what the hell he was doing.
And we are all Bill.
We're all Bill. I mean, the first one was so small and irrelevant in one sense, but so powerful was I'm working on this going, oh my God, I've been programmed. And if I follow the program, it's a good program, great. But if it's a bad program, I'm going downhill. And I remember I was in my office at the university and one of my faculty colleagues came in that day and said, okay, Bruce, what are you bringing to the faculty party on Saturday night? And I want to tell you, faculty party, might as well just kill yourself. You go there and everybody's sitting around with a drink, not talking to each other because they don't really like each other. Okay. And I thought about that and I thought, I work all damn week. Why should I go to a stupid faculty party and waste the entire time where I had freedom to create something I would love to do? So, it just came right out of my mouth. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize it was this weekend. I have other plans. I can't go this weekend. I didn't have plans, but I just said that. And he looked at me like, you're not going to the faculty party? I go, no. And he walked out. And the moment he walked out, I went, oh crap. I just got Saturday night for me. I can do what I want on Saturday night. And I started to say, what's next?
And it lined up.
What can I get rid of that I've been programmed that this is what we do socially, even though it takes away character, quality, joy out of life? And I started to eliminate them and say, wait, I'm creating this. I don't want to give up my creation because socially, this is what we should do. I said, I got my life, man. I want to live it. And I have been living a heaven on earth life ever since those days. Why? Well, with the help of my partner, Margaret, who I met at 50, so 40 is a kid's age, at 50, and she was quite aware of all the stuff that I talked about. we rewrote our programs.
Beautiful.
And
Wow.
we've been together, 26 years now.
Oh my God.
A honeymoon every day. I wake up, hey, I'm still alive. I've got a great partner. We have a great life. I work every day. I wake up, it's like, wow, I'm still here. I'm enjoying every day that I can get. It's called the honeymoon effect forever.
Wow.
How do you do that? I say, get rid of the programs that took the joy away and replace them with programs that give you joy.
The science that says there are two minds that are operating at the same time. One is called the conscious mind and one is called the subconscious mind. I say, what's the difference? The conscious mind is where you are as a spirit, an entity, a unique identity. You are in that conscious mind and perceiving the world. I say, what about the subconscious mind? It's not a creative mind. The subconscious mind is habits, things that you've learned and you experienced in your life, and they become habits. So the subconscious mind is not thinking, creating. The subconscious mind, push the button, play the behavior. So here's the point. When we are in our conscious mind, we are connecting our spirituality to the biology and the physical planet that we're in. And that is the creative mind. That's the one you wake up in the morning and say, oh, I wish I had this and I desire that and these are the things I want. And then you go out and start the day, and then guess what? 95% of the day, you are not operating from the conscious mind. Science has recognized 95% of the day, because we are thinking 95% of the day, our behavior is now controlled by the subconscious mind. I go, okay, so what's the difference? And the final conclusion of this is the conscious mind with your creativity has your wishes and your desires. The subconscious mind was programmed by other people, your mother, your father, your siblings, and your community. So what is the difference? You wake up with a wish and a desire of what you want, and then the rest of the day, you play the programs that you got from other people that don't answer your wishes and don't support your desires, and all you see is the consequence of it and go, oh my God, why is it not working? And the answer is because you don't see, because remember the name is subconscious, below conscious. So when that behavior is playing, psychologists will tell us 70% or more of the programs in the subconscious are disempowering, self-sabotaging, and limiting behaviors. So the simple reality is this. We have great wishes and desires, and yet our life is not controlled by that. Our life is controlled by the programming, and that programming is the disempowering program. So all you see is the consequence of the invisible subconscious, which will sabotage all the desires and wishes you have. And then to conclude that, what if you just didn't default to the subconscious? What if you just stayed in the conscious mind? That's called being mindful. And why is it relevant? Because when you stay conscious, keep your mind present, you are the creator of your life. And when people are in mindfulness, they manifest their wishes, their desires, and their happiness. So for all of us, it's sort of a wake-up call. You think you're running your life with your wishes and desires, it's an illusion. You're really running your life with your programs acquired from other people. How do you change the subconscious mind? I say, how did it learn in the first place? I say, what was the first one? I say, theta, 7 years. Brain was functioning lower vibration than consciousness. You have to slow down the brain to a much slower vibration. Then it goes into the subconscious mind. That's why hypnotherapists in the old days, they had a watch and they would swing it back and forth. So the watch would swing and they would tell the person, you're getting sleepy, you're getting tired. And the reason they say that is because that shuts down the conscious vibration. And the next vibration is theta, which is hypnosis. So to get you into hypnosis, first I have to get your conscious brain to stop. Mm-hmm. And then in hypnosis state theta, the vibration theta, then whatever is coming from the outside is not going into my conscious mind. Whatever I see on the outside is going into my subconscious program. So if you want to change the subconscious, you have to talk to the subconscious. I go, how do you do that? Well, number one, hypnosis. And I go, oh, well, I need to see the hypnotherapist? I go, no, this is the cool part. I say, why? I said, we have different vibrations. The lowest vibration is delta, is sleep. The next higher vibration is theta, hypnosis, imagination. The next higher vibration is alpha, calm consciousness. And the next higher vibration is called beta, which is like schoolroom, like what we're doing here, consciousness, okay? I go, so why is it relevant? I say, when you're asleep, you're at the lowest. And when you start to wake up, you go up first to theta. And that's like in the morning where you're half awake and half asleep. And then I say, but then when you're awake, you're in alpha. Now you're in consciousness. And then when you go to work, you're in beta, which is like the working consciousness. But when you come home, it reverses. So I come home from work, I'm in beta, but I relax. Oh, the consciousness vibration slows down to alpha. And here's the fact. The moment that the vibrations get a little lower than alpha, consciousness is now shut off for the night. You're sleeping. Yeah, but there's a period of time after alpha shuts off before it reaches delta, the lowest one. There's a period of time of theta. I go, why is it relevant? I said, you put earphones on. And the moment, and you play a program of what? Of what you want. A self-help program of make a relationship, be healthy, do a job, whatever. You get the program, self-help program. I say, you put it on a CD player, let's say, and you put the earphones on. And while you're still awake, just before you go to sleep, you can hear what's going on. But the moment you fall asleep, conscious mind shut off, but guess what? Theta is on.
The work is getting done, right?
Right, it's good. You're getting a self-hypnosis with the earphone. So whatever you didn't hear it, you were sleeping. The subconscious mind was hearing it. And when you repeat that, that's how you put a new program in. So that's number one, self-hypnosis. There's Bruce Lipton has two lives. Bruce Lipton, the guy who lives in the house and goes to the store and all that stuff, okay? And Bruce Lipton, a scientist. I go, what's the difference? I say, Bruce Lipton, a scientist, knows that from science, we are facing our own extinction because of our own human behavior. Bruce Lipton, as a scientist, also knows this. If you want to create a world that we can live in and sustain ourselves and be healthy, we have to change our behavior because our behavior is causing the problem. So I also know, what does this mean? It says the structure has to break to build a better structure, a new civilization. Because the foundation of this civilization is creating all the problems. It's the culture and the way we live with fear and hate and violence and all that. And I go, a garden, which we came from, a garden is the height of cooperation. And we live in the height of war and violence and all this stuff. We live in competition. And the idea is this. Then the belief system of this civilization, the fear, the competition, the war, all that stuff, that's part of our creation because we're creating this physics. I say, you want to change the world, you got to change the creation. And we have to break this structure because the structure is perpetuating the problem.
Yes, and it has to go in a chaos phase, has breakdown, yeah.
That's right. So Science Bruce goes, yep, it has to break down because that's how we're going to build a new one. And then Bruce, the guy who lives here, goes, what a mess. This is a crazy mess. This is scary. And blah, blah, blah. I'm living in crazy mess. But then Bruce Lipton Science comes in and says, you have to do this because the way you have been living is causing the problem. You have to change. And that's easy to say. But if you're out there in the world as a working person and everything, and you have to experience, it's like it's falling apart. I go, that scares people. Scares people. Stress hormones. Stress hormones. Stop thinking and listen to whatever they said on the TV or the web. Don't think. Shut down your health. Why? Because I'm running from that tiger because I am scared. And the point is, then the health issues got worse. Just watching the news, you walk away with the stress hormones coming in. They're like, oh, I go, you just all of a sudden made your system worse because the stress hormones are going to compromise you. I was cloning stem cells back in 1967, 40 years ago. And the significance was, while I was doing this research, I was also teaching medical students. So I was teaching medical students the foundation of how cells work, the conventional story out of the textbook, genes control life, what we call the genetic determinism, the belief that genes control your traits, behavior, your physical characteristics, etc. And what my research revealed when I was studying the stem cells was this, very profound. I put one stem cell in a petri dish all by itself, and it would divide every 10 to 12 hours. So it'd be 2, 4, 8, 16 cells, 32 cells. After about 2 weeks, I had thousands of cells in the petri dish, but what was unique, they were all genetically identical. But then I did the experiment. The experiment was to take some cells out of the dish and put them into a separate dish with a different environment.
Okay.
And so the environment is a culture medium, but the culture medium to cells is like the world that we live in. It's got the air, the water, the food, all the things in it. So I take the cells out of my stem cell dish, put them in a separate dish with a different environment, and the cells form muscle. But then I went back to the same dish with genetically identical cells in it and took some cells out and put them in a different environment, and they form bone. And then I went back to the same dish with genetically identical cells and put them in a third petri dish with a different environment, and they formed fat cells. And there I was confronted with this reality. All the cells are genetically identical, but they had different fate, fat, muscle, bone. And I said, simple question, what controls the fate of cells? And the answer is the environment. It was the only thing that was different because they were all genetically identical. So I started to really say, oh my goodness, here I am teaching genes control life to the medical students. And yet the cells were revealing to me that, hey, they all had the same genes, but it was the environment that I put them in. And so the environment controlled their life. And a very simple experiment that is very profound for us today is if I took my dish with plastic petri dish with cells in it and moved it from a healthy environment to a less than healthy environment, the cells get sick. And if I were a doctor of cells, you might say, well, what kind of drugs would you give these cells? And it turns out, no, you don't give the cells any drugs. You just take the dish from the bad environment, put it back into a good environment, and the cells will innately, naturally come back to health again. When we look at our lives, and I tell you that 95% of your life is coming from the subconscious program, this is not, it's new on a scientific awareness of how this mechanism works. But what's interesting is for 400 years, the knowledge that you could program somebody and control their lives has been available. It was the Jesuits who 400 years ago said, give me a child until it's 7 and I will show you the man. Most people didn't understand what they were saying, and what it is the first 7 years, which we now know biologically and scientifically is the program period. They knew that 400 years ago, and they said if I can get that program in the first 7 years, that program will determine the life of that individual. I'll show you the man because they will represent the program. Now, the really important part is since every one of us has been programmed, the big issue is, so what were those programs? Because if I ask you, so what program did you get when you were 1 year old? I have no idea. I wasn't really there. In fact, you were actually being programmed even before you were born, the last trimester of pregnancy. You were being programmed. And I go, well, this is really a critical issue because the first thing I'm telling you is your life is 95% programmed, and most of that is really disempowering. And of course, the first thing I would think is then, what are those programs so I could deal with them? So I want to make something very easy for you so you don't have to go and review your whole life and try to figure out what the programs are. Save you a lot of time. The fact is this, you are playing the program 95% of the day, meaning your life is a printout of your program. So you don't have to go back in time to review. That would just actually irritate the system more because every time you review those things that unsettled you when you were younger, it just reinforces that same pain that you had earlier. So going back and finding out who did what to who is more than just a waste of time. It actually will set you back. As a matter of fact, there's an old phrase that people have heard, and it says, don't kill the messenger over the message. What that means is this. Don't go back and blame all the people that did this and that and that and that. That's irrelevant. Who they are is irrelevant. What's relevant is what program did you walk away with? Not who did the event, but what you learned. So now I said, okay, I've been programmed and I have no idea what the program is. I said, then look at your life and here's the simple resolution. Everything in your life that you like and it comes to you is because you have a program to support that. That's wonderful. That means that's great. It's going to come to you because that program is bringing it to you. But in contrast, this is the one that's important. Anything you work hard to accomplish, anything you struggle over to make it happen, anything you put a lot of effort in, I want this, I'm going to work like crazy, I'm going to get this. My first question is, why are you working so hard? And the answer is very simple. Anything you're struggling to try to accomplish, whether it's health or love, relationships, whatever it is, if you're struggling, it represents a simple fact. Your subconscious programming doesn't support that conclusion. So the fact is, what are my programs? Look at your struggle. And wherever you're struggling, the struggle is not because the universe won't provide for you. The struggle is an internal job. The struggle is you're trying to overcome previous programming that prevents you to go to that destination. So the wonderful part about this understanding is you don't have to review your life. You can look right now at this one moment, just look in your head and say, what are the things that I keep trying to get and they seem to be elusive? I can't get them. They're always out of reach. I say, the universe is not holding back. It's your own invisible subconscious behavior.
The fact we all have approximately 50 trillion cells in our body, and these cells are all self-sufficient. They have their own memory, they have their own immune system, and in fact you also go on to say that for 2.75 billion years there was only one-celled organisms alive on the planet.
Yeah. And the nature is, as the single cell evolved to be the most intelligent it could be, it ran into a physical limitation because intelligence is physically tied up with the membrane or skin of the cell. You can only have so much membrane. So evolution apparently stopped. It was like 2.5 billion years, just a single-cell organism. Then it said, well, how can you have more evolution? The answer is cells decided to come together in community, because when cells come into community, they share awareness. So there's more awareness with 10 cells than there is with one cell. And there's more awareness with 1 million or 1 billion or 1 trillion. So when you look at a human being, while we see ourselves as single entities, the truth is we are made out of 50 trillion amoeba-like cells. And so our body is this giant community. And what makes it very exciting, as you mentioned, is, well, in my own work with cloning cells, I can take a cell out of your body and it could live outside of you. Why? It has its own intelligence. It has essentially every function in your body is present in a cell. So my 7-year-old vision manifests to be true when I got older, to realize cells are miniature people. And then you say, well, what about happens in the human body? And I go, this is where the issue comes in, is because you have 50 trillion cells living in community, but your mind is the government. When a government works in harmony with the people, then the people thrive and the community is in good health and grows. But when a government is not really supportive or not working in harmony with a community, then a government could cause the nature of that community to fall apart, or even lead to the end of the community. Well, that's what we're finding out. Our mind is the government. And when we entertain harmony and the right living in balance with nature and with each other, then we provide our 50 trillion cells with very life-supporting information and chemistry.
So harmony means giving the body good food?
Yes.
Not being stressed out?
Absolutely.
Living in a happy environment?
Yes. Basically it says, as I said, when I had my petri dish of cells, if I put it from a healthy environment to a bad environment, the cells got sick. But you didn't have to give them drugs. But all you did is take the dish from the bad environment and put it in a good environment. And the joke which I like to tell people is, well, this happens in a plastic petri dish, but guess what? We are skin-covered petri dishes. Underneath our skin is 50 trillion cells living in a dish, and the culture medium is the blood. And so when I change the culture medium in a plastic dish, I change the fate of the cells. And I say, well, then what controls the culture medium? My blood, the chemistry. And the answer is, my thoughts influence my brain, and the brain releases chemistry that matches my thoughts. So when I'm in stress or I'm afraid of the world, I release different chemistry into the blood than if I open up my eyes and I find myself in love. I release completely different chemistry. And it's like, well, all I have to ask an individual is, how do you feel when you're in total love, or how do you feel when you're in fear? And the answer is, well, I feel totally different. And guess what? All the cells are bathed in that chemistry. And so the feeling of love produces totally different chemistry in the blood, chemistry that supports growth and healing of the body and supports the immune system. And in contrast, when we perceive reasons to be afraid and we release stress hormones into our body, we actually shut off the growth mechanisms and the immune system to save the energy. Why? Because if you believe you're going to have to run from that lion, you want all the energy available to run from a lion. So when a person is in stress, they allocate their energy reserves for fight or flight, but take it at the expense of the health of the system, the immune part of the system. And so the more stress you're under, the more bad chemistry, in a sense, of not supporting you that you experience. And it was a very important point. In our evolution, stress or fear was not the mainstay of life. The mainstay of life was to be happy and live in the harmony of the environment. Every now and then a saber-toothed tiger would come. Okay, now it's time to be stressed out. Now it's time to run. But the point is, once you escape from the saber-toothed tiger, in the old days, then it's like, oh, back to health and harmony. And I say, well, what about today's world? Today's world is 24/7 run from the tiger. And this is not biologically sustainable because the chemistry of protection contrasts with the chemistry of growth.
In today's world, I love the phrase because it is funny, but it's true. Fake it till you make it. Meaning, you want to be happy? Well, you have to habituate happy. You have to say every day, no matter if you're not happy, I don't really care. You have to tell yourself, I am happy. I am happy. You have to repeat it. Habituation, repetition. Why? I'm consciously repeating it every day and looking at my life. My life really sucks. Oh, Bruce, I am happy. I'm saying that. I go, well, why are you saying it? Because repetition is how the subconscious mind learns. I say, why is this relevant? And here's the fun part. Because after I've repeated it a number of times, the subconscious says, okay, I am happy. I've learned this. I go, why is it relevant? That 95% of the day, the subconscious function is to make that program real. If my program is I am happy, the function of the mind is to make sure I'm happy. If the program says I'm going to get cancer because I heard that from somebody else, then the function of the mind is to make sure I get cancer because that's the belief I'm working with. And if it says I am a victim and I can't get out of this, then the function of the mind is, yep, look, you see, I'm showing you're a victim and you can't get out of it because I'm running the show. You're a victim. Jesus told his followers, all the miracles that I can do, you can do them, but even better than I can, and you don't believe it. And that was the whole damn thing in a nutshell. If you don't believe it, you can't do it. And I say, well, where's belief come from? Mind. I say, and then what if you've been programmed you can't do it? And I say, then you'll never be able to do it. And this is the problem. And so we talked about way number one. You want to change it? Hypnosis, because that's the original way things went in the first place. And that what you said was true. Even you just say, I feel amazing. I feel amazing. If you repeat that, the mind will all of a sudden change how you feel. That's how it does it. Okay. So I say, number one, self-hypnosis. Number two, after age 7, you still learn how to do new things that become habits. Like you didn't learn how to drive a car until later than 7. But once you know how to drive a car, remember the first day you got in, it was like, oh my God, looking out the windows, checking the mirror, watching the gauges, keeping your feet on the pedals just correctly, looking, paying all these attentions like, and I say, today you've been driving for a while. You don't even think about that. You get in the car, you put the key in, and now what are you thinking about? Well, what am I going to do when I get to the store? You're not even thinking about driving. Why? It's a habit. Okay. I say, well, how'd you get that habit? Because you're older than 7. How'd you get it? I said, repetition. That's what makes a habit. Practice. You want to play an instrument? I'll hand you an instrument. Yeah, you didn't have any practice, then you're not going to be able to play it. And I say, oh, practice. I say, what is that? Repetition. That's the second way the subconscious learns. Repeating something over and over and over again, because that's called habituation, making a habit. And I love it. The new age today thing is fake it till you make it. I go, what the hell is that? I say, you're not happy. Yeah, most of us have trouble being happy. And I say, but what if every day, all day long, and you can remember, you say, I am happy. In spite of the fact that what the hell is going on, you just say, I am happy. I am happy. I am happy. I go, why? What's going on? I say, repetition.
And there'll be a point where you'll repeat it to the degree that the subconscious, which learns by repetition, will put in, I am happy. I say, then what's the consequence? They say, what's the function of the mind? Take that program and manifest it. Now that it's in there, I am happy. I wake up one morning and guess what? I don't have to say I'm happy. It's automatic. I'm already happy all day long. Why? My program said that. 95% is coming from that. Habituation, repetition of the exact thing you want, not future vision, as if you have it now. We'll put it in a program. So that's first 7 years hypnosis. After 7 years, repetition, habituation is how you change it. A sticky note, people put that stuff on a mirror or someplace and they go, oh yeah, the little sticky note. And I go, that is not repetition. That's a suggestion. A repetition is a practice. You have to repeat things. You practice an instrument, you practice driving a car, you practice doing these things, and then it became real. Okay, so the first two things are hypnosis. Second thing is repetition. And thirdly, the most, effective is called energy psychology. And I go, what's energy psychology? And I go, it's called super learning. I go, so what the hell is super learning? I go, maybe you've seen somebody read a book by picking up a book and just moving their finger down the page, just like that, just as fast as that. And guess what? The subconscious mind, the supercomputer that it is, has read every word just by moving your finger down that, has read every word on that page. And a person using this super learning technique can go into a bookstore, open up a book, and 5 minutes later, by thumbing through each page, turn the page, turn the page, turn the page, they can read a whole book in 5 minutes. That's super learning. I say, if you can engage that function, you can also use super learning to create new programs, not in days or weeks, but you can create a new program in minutes. It's like, I go, absolutely. And it's so important. Why? Because there's an old phrase that's really critical. It's called necessity is the mother of invention. And I say, what's happening? We're facing a mass extinction due to human behavior that is compromising the web of life. Humans are creating this through our behavior, our culture. I say, you want to survive this whole, extinction event? Well, then you have to create something different. You have to change behavior.
I was a scientist, and as a scientist, we don't bring spirituality and mind into the story. It's all genes and cells and molecules and all that. And my research on stem cells revealed that while I was teaching in medical school that genes control life, my research revealed that it was the environment in which the cells lived that controlled the cells. It was outside information coming into the cells. And I remember how specifically in a moment of time that I was working on trying to understand the mechanics from a molecular point of view. How does an environmental signal control biology? And I was working not on the genes, I was working on the skin of the cell, the membrane. And it was so profound, it's hard for me to even describe it. I'm working on the understanding, how does information from the environment control biology? And I had looked at the membrane for years, and I wrote a new definition of the mechanism of the membrane. And I wrote this definition, and this is in 1985. It was about 2 a.m., and I wrote down the membrane is a liquid crystal semiconductor with gates and channels. When I wrote that down, there was a pause, and I said, I read something exactly like that. And right next to my first computer, a Macintosh, was a simple book of understanding your microprocessor. And I opened it up and I said, somewhere, and I opened it right in the introduction. It said, a chip is a crystal semiconductor with gates and channels. And I thought, oh, what a coincidence. They have the same definition. And then in a couple of seconds, I started to say, wait a minute. One for one, the parts are exactly the same. I said, oh my God, the membrane is a computer chip. And on the surface of the cell are like keys, like on a typewriter. And I started to realize, oh my goodness, the environment is typing
on the surface of the cell information that went into the cell and control the genetics and the behavior. And it was like, oh, this is really exciting. And I'm typing on my own computer, typing this information in, and then I realized I am outside of the computer, typing on the keyboard, and the information is coming up on the computer. And then I said, oh my God. The keyboard on the surface of your cells has a number of keys that represent a PIN number, a personal identification number, and no two of you have the same keys on that. Each of us have a different PIN number to get into our own cells. It's our personal identity, and these are the keys. And I realized, oh my God, well, we've been focusing on these, what are called receptors, as the source of identity. I realized, no, it's what's activating, what's typing is the identity. And then it hit me and said, oh my God, my identity is not in the cell. My identity is a signal coming from the environment, typing on the keyboard. And then I said, oh. And the first thing that hit me was, I can't die. I'm not even in here. And that instant, the fear, which all of us have in our deepest bottom belief system, is a fear of our mortality. And when that moment of like, I can't die, not as a devotional belief, it had nothing to do with that, it was just a mechanism, I said, oh my God, I can't die. I'll tell you, the same thing happened with Savaji as me. Tears started rolling down my face, and this joy was an ache in my heart that I've never experienced before. I spent 40 years in my head. That's how I became an academician and a research scientist. And when this moment hit, it was my heart that blew open. I refer to it as a heart orgasm. And, and that was the first time I experienced my heart as an essential part of my own conscious existence. And what happened was, I was overwhelmed, first with the fact that I was not spiritual at 1:59 a.m., and at 2 a.m., I was 100% spiritual, with no devotional interface in between. You have a very close friend. You know your friend's behavior, and you happen to know your friend's parent. And at some point, you see that your friend shares the same behavior as their parent. So you casually volunteer. You go, you know, Bill, you're just like your dad. And that's when you have to back away from Bill, because Bill's the first guy that says, how can you compare me to my dad? And everyone laughs because they're familiar, but I say, no, there's two very profound points from that one story, and profound point number one. Everybody else can see that Bill behaves like his dad. He got his programming from his dad. It's only Bill who doesn't see it. Yeah. And profound point number two, we're all Bill, because all of us got programming, and all of us operate with these programs, and we don't even see we're doing it. That we, even when told we're doing it, will deny that we do these behaviors because we don't even see when we're doing it. That's why it's called subconscious, below conscious. When I first started talking about it, it was from an academic conscious point of view. This is what I learned, but my subconscious programs were still exactly the same. So while I had this wonderful knowledge, my life still wasn't anything I wanted to brag about it, because it wasn't. And as you know, that old game, well, who would you like to be? And I could think of anybody I'd rather be than me. And yet, when I started to apply the new science and rewrite the subconscious so it supported me rather than the programs of limitation or disempowerment that we get from our parents and our community as children, which almost all of us get, when I put in the new programs, all of a sudden I started to find, my goodness, my life completely turned around. All wonderful things started happening in my life. I was healthier. I haven't been to a doctor in 20 years. I don't need that. I don't take any of their drugs. Why? Because most of the illness is just from the stress of not living in harmony. And when you learn to get rid of the limiting programs that we got as children and put in programs that support you, guess what? Then all of a sudden, the place turns into heaven. And it's interesting, people, I tell people, well, you create your own life, and then they look around and go, I don't want responsibility for this, but I say, well, you didn't know you were creating with these unconscious beliefs. And yet then I tell people, especially people that have fallen in love, and people have fallen head over heels in love. I say, go back to that time when you first fell in love. Let me ask you a question. Were you healthy? And oh yeah, I was healthy as anything. I said, did you have energy? I said, oh, I had so much energy, made love for days in a row without even eating. And I go, yeah, and I go, and how was life for you? It was so exciting. I couldn't wait for the next day. So I said, in this little period that that I refer to as a honeymoon, I say, wasn't life like heaven on earth? And they go, well, yeah. And I go, that was not an accident. That was an actual creation. And you say, but what was different that made life so heaven on earth during love? And the answer is because you become very self-conscious of yourself. You don't rely on the habits. The day before you meet this person, you're going to go on a date. I say, especially to women, I say, how long did it take you to get dressed? And they say, well, it was 15 minutes and I was out of the house. And then I say, now, tonight, you're going to go on a date with this person who has just rocked your world. And I say, how long does it take you to get dressed? It's like, my God, it may take an hour or two. And I say, yesterday, 15 minutes, today, an hour or two. What's the difference? Yesterday, I got dressed by habit because I get dressed every day. Yeah. But tonight, I am looking in the mirror, meaning I am self-conscious. I am making sure that I represent myself to be the best individual I can be. And when both parties are not relying on the habit, and both of them are saying, I'm creating the best I can be, they're living in the moment of the now, they're being very mindful, they're being very present, and guess what? Heaven on earth is created.
Many people may think, well, hold on a second, so I can take 5 minutes and I can totally change my life and that's all I need. And I think...
that's a really wonderful possibility, but the probability is this. Are you going to hit the right statement that is the one that you need to change your life? Okay? Let's say someone's overweight. Mm-hmm. And they say in their mind, I am, a number they like. I am 125 pounds, and you're not. And I say, so I want to change my weight, and I put a program in, I'm going to lose weight. And I go, well, wait, that extra poundage, that might be due to protection. I go, what do you mean? I say, if I, as a young person, was abused, then the consciousness is, if I'm a heavy person, they won't bother me anymore. And so the weight isn't due to just eating food. The weight was actually due to I'm safer being heavy than I am. I say, well, if you want to change your weight, you can talk about the weight all you want, but until you adjust the problem from the fear, that I'm going to be abused, that's where the problem came from. It didn't come from eating food over here. So I say, yeah, well, you can change beliefs. Sometimes I like to give a visual. As a matter of fact, I visualize a big spider web, which has like circles and then lines coming out, like a web, okay? And so there are links as you go around. There's also anchors where the web is anchored at a couple of places. And I go, each belief is like a link in that spider web. And you can do one link and another link and another link. That really change the spider web. But if you do a belief that is an anchor, and you change the anchor belief, and that anchor lets go, the web will collapse.
That's powerful.
So what's the point? And the point is this. Sometimes a belief statement knocks out a link. But when you really hit it just right, you knock out a support. And when you knock out a major support, the whole web collapses instead of just a link at a time, which could take it down, but it's much harder that way.
In our mind, we start to realize that we're concerned, we're afraid, we don't have enough, I'm not safe, I'm not secure. And I say, oh, these thoughts, I was talking about the thoughts in your mind, go in and control your biology, your genetics, your physiology, and your health. And I go, yes, this is really true. I said, well, how can I tell you what your thoughts are in a sense that can I read your thoughts? And I say, yes, I could put wires on your head, and it's called electroencephalograph, and I could read your brain activity. And I go, oh, great, I can see this brain activity. I want to tell you something that's profoundly important. We were programmed to believe that our thoughts are contained in our head. That if I have a thought, it's just for me, not for anybody else. It's inside, and it's working through me. And now I want to tell you about a new technology. It's not electroencephalograph. It's called magnetoencephalograph. I say, what's unique about that? I say, it reads your brain. I say, yeah, but so does EEG. I say, yeah, but EEG, you put the wires on the head, and you get the electrical activity conducted through the skin from the brain, and that's what I'm reading. And I say, what's different about MEG? The probe is out here. And I said, what does that mean? Your thoughts are not contained in your head. your thoughts are broadcast to the field just like a radio broadcast. I say, well, what if I, as an individual, have a thought that says, let's have peace in the world? And I broadcast out there in the street and I say, let's have peace. And I look around, it's like, where's the peace? I don't see the peace. And here's what the relevance is. Each of us is broadcasting. If you get enough people to have the same thought, that broadcast is amplified. Each of us has a small power, but if you put 1,000 people with the same thought, 10,000, 100,000 people with the same thought, you are broadcasting a most powerful thought, not just in your body, but out in the field. I say your energy is in the field, the thought is in the field. And you go, well, what does that mean? And then I'll give you this most wonderful quote. I used it the other day in a lecture from Albert Einstein. And the quote is so important. Here's the quote. The field, so a definition, the field is the invisible energy. Right now you're in a field, there's cell phone broadcasts, television, radio broadcasts, all kinds of information coming across, but guess what? Each one of you is a broadcast in that field. The quote, the field is the sole governing agency of the particle. Particle is the material realm. So what was Einstein saying? It's the energy in the field that shapes the physical experience of our lives. And if enough of us collectively have an energy that's coherent and strong, and we broadcast the belief, we change the world. I just want you to recognize, as much as I wanted peace in the world, if not enough people are out there saying, let's have peace in the world, there is no peace. If I want to say, let's have a war, how can you have a war? You have to have enough people convinced that the war is going to benefit them so that their broadcasts say, yes, let's have a war because I and my colleagues, we're all going to have a better result from that. And the reality is this, the only things that change on this planet collectively are when we collectively share thoughts. And yoga, when you're in your postures, when you're in your process, your mind is sharing a thought, not just in your head, but all around you. So the whole idea about this is we have to recognize we are collectively creating reality with our thoughts. And if we want to change reality, it can change instantly. The moment we become coherent, the moment we collectively are on the same platform of thinking. You get enough people to say peace, there will be peace instantly in this world. But we've been programmed by other people to give them the power to tell us what we need. And as Sadhviji has been telling us so importantly, what we need is not what they tell us, what we need is what we know. And I really hope that you understand this, because when you have your thoughts, recognize it's not contained in your head, your thoughts out in the field. And that thought, the field, is the sole governing agency of matter. And therefore, what this world is looking for at this moment is an evolution. It's not an evolution of our biology. Our biology is already evolved. It's an evolution of our consciousness. When we collectively as a population say enough is enough, it will end.
I probably don't have to tell you this if you've been watching TV, reading the newspaper, going online, or even looking out your window. The world is in a state of upheaval. Crises are all over the planet. Crises based on economics, politics, religion, race are upsetting the nature of civilization as we have known it. Well, this is not an accident. Actually, this is right on time. On time? Yes, we're facing an evolutionary upheaval. The significance is profound. Science has recognized that human behavior is precipitating the sixth mass extinction of life on this planet. 5 times in the history of this planet, life was thriving and some event wiped out from 70 to 95% of all life. The last time this happened, 66 million years ago, a comet hit the planet, upended the ecosystem, and the dinosaurs disappeared forever. Well, guess what? We are now in the sixth mass extinction. Human behavior is causing this. The way out is to change behavior. But to understand that, we need to understand that you are not a victim of your genes, not a victim of the world. As quantum physics emphasizes, consciousness is creating our life experiences. When I show up on September 27th in Copenhagen on Friday night, I'm going to provide a presentation to inform you of why this upheaval is occurring, the future of our evolution, and more importantly, how powerful you are in creating the character of the life you want. As quantum physics, the most valid science on this planet, acknowledges, consciousness is creating our life experiences. Well, my presentation will go deep into the nature of consciousness and how our mind controls our genes, controls the behavior that we have and the life that we express. And when you understand that you've been programmed and it's time for us to get out of this program to recognize how truly powerful you are, this is the opportunity to take charge of your life. And so what we need to understand is this: A, you are not a victim of your heredity because epigenetics, the new science, reveals that you are controlling your genetic and behavioral activity. And more so, we want to understand a very important fact. There's more to us in this physical body, that there's a field of energy with our identity, which is also recognized as a spirit. And if you recognize how powerful you really are and that you are more than this physical body, you will have the opportunity to take charge of your life and create the wishes and desires and aspirations that you seek. The belief that is taught is that biology in the world we live in operates according to Newtonian principles. Unfortunate part about that is quantum mechanics 100 years ago said that's obviously not true, and physicists know this is not true, and yet medicine doesn't buy into it because it still focuses on the material reality and lets go of the invisible shaping fields that quantum physics emphasizes as primary. Okay, so we have to change that belief system. We have to get people to recognize that the field and the thoughts and all these other things are as important as anything else in shaping the matter we live in. Number two, the belief which I blew away years ago, but it's still being taught in school, is the concept that genes control life. This is totally false. Genes control nothing. Control is an action. A gene is a blueprint. It's physically, literally a string with blueprint data on it. Why is that relevant? Well, it's interesting. Go to an architect's office, and the architect's working on a blueprint, and then lean over the architect's shoulder and say, is that blueprint on or off? And he looks at you, the blueprint's not on or off, it's a blueprint. Yeah, but we talk about genes being on and off, like genes are turning on and genes are turning off. And the question is, but genes are blueprints. They can't turn on and off. There is no on and off. It's just the blueprint. It's a pattern. What we have failed to focus on because we gave genes a character of self-actualization. That my genes decided to do something. It's like, okay, now we're a victim of the genes. But it turns out biologists know that this is not true. Biologists know that genes are not turned on and off. Genes are read or not read, like blueprints. Then all of a sudden it says, well, it's not the blueprint that's important. If the blueprints were self-actualizing, an architect could go by a building site, drop the blueprints off, come back 2 weeks later, and the building will be there. That's what we think about animals and plants. The genes are blueprints and they'll control all this. It's like, no, the blueprints are important. I'm not saying they're not. You got the bad blueprints, you got some problems going on here. But the issue is, it's not the presence or absence of a blueprint, it's whether the blueprint is being read. And then you say, well, then who reads the blueprint? And the answer is a contractor. And who's the contractor? The mind is the contractor. The mind reads genes. The mind can change the genes readout. Here's something so blow away that most people can't, in their conventional world, make sense of it, because it's like, it goes like this. The mind, through what is called epigenetic mechanisms, can start with a single gene blueprint and create over 30,000 different versions of products from the same blueprint. 30,000 different products from the same blueprint. All of a sudden you realize, my God, you can infinitely vary the expression of the gene. And the answer is yes. And why has this become relevant to all of us? And the answer is because many of us think genes control our lives. And yet we don't realize that we modify the readout of the gene. So we could be totally healthy and our mind can cause cancer. Our mind can cause any disease, diabetes, anything like that. And what's interesting is the flip side.
is some people come here with actually defective genes. And guess what? With their mind, they can rewrite those genes and make them normal. So the genes are not the limiting factor, it's the mind.
The cells in your body are covered up by the skin, disconnected from the environment. But in order to survive, these cells have to adjust their genetics and their behavior to adapt and maintain their survival in a changing environment. So the question is, then how do the cells inside your body actually know what's going on in the real world because they're not connected to it? I go, this is the role of the nervous system. The nervous system's job is to read environmental signals and then relay those signals into the cell. So as illustrated right here, we are getting signals from two different environments in our body. Signals from within our body as well as signals from without our body, and the function of the nervous system is to read both of these environments. The relevance is the nervous system reads the information in the environment and then translates it into signals that are sent to the 50 trillion cells inside your body to alert them to what is going on in that world. So, in fact, that is a true statement. The environment is controlling the behavior of your cells. But the mind does an interpretation of those signals based on our life experiences. Now, for a lot of people, this seems difficult, but let's put it in a different context because we can talk about computers. There's a very interesting fact about our brain as a computer because it has an autocorrect mechanism built into the subconscious. Meaning what? Well, I can have my conscious mind like typing on the computer about what's going on in the world. But if I type something, that signal can be translated and sent to the cells. But if I type something that the subconscious has no recognition of, it will do like an autocorrect and change what I wrote to fit something that it thinks that I wrote as a subconscious. So I put in love and subconscious changes that to live. That's a whole different meaning at this point because of misinterpretation. So the point is, your wishes and desires of your conscious mind are filtered by the programs in your subconscious mind. And if you have a wish or desire that doesn't conform to a program that already exists, then the subconscious mind's job is to retranslate that into something that makes sense for the subconscious belief, not for the conscious. So we may have wonderful wishes and desires, and if it doesn't conform to the programs that we receive, the subconscious will change those into something it understands. To make sense out of what I just said, consider using your cell phone. That you write something in your cell phone such as, let's put the word epigenetics in the cell phone. And I go, when I type epigenetics in, the database in the phone says, I don't know that word at all. And then what does it do? It throws up different options that could be closely related to epigenetics. And so the significance is, if I put something into my system that is not supported by the program, then the programming system will change whatever I did to accommodate what it believes is right. Now, the issue about this is, well, if I want to have epigenetics in my phone, then what I really have to do is open up my dictionary and add the word epigenetics, and now after that, anytime I write epigenetics, the phone mechanism will understand what I'm talking about. Well, going into the database and changing the program is the function of what energy psychology is all about. It says if your behavior is not conforming to your wishes and desires, then it will be necessary to go into your program and install new behaviors that you want to manifest, so now the brain will have a reflection or a resource of what you're talking about. So I really want to emphasize the nature of biology belief as different than the fact that just environment controls your genes. And I'll give you a very simple example of what I mean by that, by the fact that I can have two people in the very exact same environment, but each of these individuals has a totally different reaction to the environment. So if it was just environment that controlled your genes and your behavior, then both individuals should have exact same behavior. But the reality is no. The two people have different responses to the environment. I go, why? Same environment, but their minds have different interpretations. And it's the interpretation of the mind about that environment that is sent to the cells. So the important part is this. Yes,
Environment controls epigenetics. There's an external environment, but an internal environment. And yet recognize in humans, the internal environment is not a direct readout from the external world. It's an interpretation of that external world. And that's why each of us has a different response to the world in which we live. And that is why the biology of belief is an extension of the foundation that environment controls epigenetics. Medical science has revealed that from 1/3 to 2/3, which is significant, of all healing, whether it's drug-related or surgery or whatever healing process, the healing didn't come about from the process. The healing came about because the person believed the process was going to heal them. So if I give you this brand new drug and it's purple colored because that makes it really special, you know, and it's funny because there is a drug, a purple drug, and they said, it's purple. And everybody's like, oh, wow, that's got to be special. But people believe that the drug holds this effect. And you give a person this drug, and all of a sudden they heal themselves, and they say, yeah, the drug did it. And then you tell them later, but it was just a sugar pill. That healing didn't come from the drug. It came from the belief in the drug. So the belief in healing
so it comes
is
back
what
to the
heals
mind
you.
again, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's again the power of belief. In this case, it's a very positive belief that this procedure, drug, or whatever is going to heal me. But what people haven't talked about, because everyone knows about the placebo effect, is that the placebo effect is based on a positive thinking. What is the consequence of negative thinking? Well, science has a term for it, but it hasn't really come out in the public. It's called the nocebo effect. And the nocebo effect has been revealed by science that a negative thought can not only make you ill, but a negative thought could also kill you. You can be scared to death in a real sense, okay? And why is that important? Because it turns out it's not just the positive thought of a placebo that's influential. The negative thought works the same way with the same power, but in the opposite direction. So basically, it's not placebo, nocebo. It comes down simply this. It's the power of thought. And a positive thought will move you in a healing direction, and a negative thought will move you into an illness direction. But before I get off that topic, I don't want people to go out there in the audience and go, oh, one of those positive thinking kind of guys. And it's like, it's more than just positive thinking. It's a commitment and an intention of positive thinking. It also really needs the support of your subconscious belief. Because if your subconscious belief is going, oh, that new age weirdo stuff, that's what your subconscious is programmed to believe, and yet your conscious mind is the one that says, I will think positive thoughts, and I go back to the data. Only 5% of your life is coming from the conscious mind. So if you're only entertaining a positive thought with your conscious mind, you're only contributing 5% of that to your life. 95% of your life is still coming from the subconscious. And if the subconscious doesn't hold those beliefs, then you're actually fighting yourself and not likely to realize the expression of a positive thought.
Yes. How do you rewire your brain?
Well, as we just said, the first thing you have to do is say, what the heck are my programs? You don't have to fix a program if it works. The only one you want to fix is the one that doesn't work. So then you say, well, what are the programs? And I can already tell you, the things that don't work in your life that you desire to have in your life, and you are creating an effort and a struggle and a lot of work to make it happen, the reason why it's not working is because somewhere in the program, it doesn't support that conclusion. So this program does not allow you to have this. So the thing is, well, as long as I have this program, I'm never going to get this. And even if I get it, it's going to disappear if I, as soon as I let go of the control, it's going to disappear because the subconscious take it away. So the first thing is identify, well, where are you having trouble? And I say, whatever that destination is, that the thing you were looking for, whether it was a job, health, relationship, whatever, if that's where you're having a trouble, recognize this. The program is counter to that. It's the opposite. The program is the opposite. That's why this can't stay here, because this is going to 95% of the day create a different program, not the one you wanted. So I say, so if I have a trouble relationship, then basically my program for a relationship doesn't work very well. In my case, that was true. For 50 years, I was operating from the program of relationship that I downloaded from my parents, who had a really sucky relationship. It was so bad. And I was just manifesting it unconsciously until I started to change. Once I changed, now I have heaven on earth. How many people go through the process, find it doesn't work, and then repeat the process and it doesn't work again? It's like, oh yeah, I've been married 4 times, somebody was saying. It's like, God, they repeated the same error already 3 times with the ideas. Do you think by the 4th time maybe you could learn that whatever pattern you played 3 times in a row will probably play itself again until you change, not your partner? You keep bringing in the same partner with different colored hair and a different name, but you brought that person in and you play the same game over again. The question is, can you learn? The answer is you can, but do many people learn? The answer is no, because they keep thinking that it's just my fate, that's just the way life is.
But their subconscious still remains unconscious.
That's the problem. Until you change the subconscious program, the subconscious is a habitual mind. It's a habit. Yeah. Until you change the habit, you will replay the habit. That's why it's called a habit. So you keep replaying the same program. It's not, you keep, it's like a definition of insanity is the idea of keep doing the same thing and expect something different to happen. The fact is, no, that's insane. Why? You keep doing the same thing, you're going to get the same thing. And if the habit mind is giving us a story, then the answer says, well, how do I change it? And the answer is change the subconscious mind. Because that's where the habits are that we got from other people. Again, this is most important. The fundamental habits in subconscious mind came from other people, and that's why they rarely match what you want in your conscious mind, which is you, and you create those programs, and yet the fundamental programs of subconscious were downloaded during that first 6 years of our development.
This is a truth, but if you really understand this truth, you have to change the way you are living. Because you're living by some materialistic, Darwinian, Newtonian, give me more matter, I'll be happier. And it's like, that has nothing to do with that at all. Because happiness is not an object. and so what's a revolution? Well, we've been programmed on materialism. Give me more matter. And it's like, no. Because what do you get? I love it because we did Psyche training session. And there was this professional wrestler, and his persona in the ring is like a bad guy. So he has to dress up and do the acting and the wrestling, and I'm the bad guy, and everybody would boo him. That was his job, to be booed, And he came to Psyche because he was really depressed by it. Why? Because his job is to be hated by people. It's like, well, that's not a great job. But so we said, well, what are you looking for? And he said, well, if I could maybe be an announcer for this, I could be an announcer. And then he said, okay, and you get to be an announcer. What is that? What's that good for? Well, if I get to be an announcer, then maybe a network will pick me up and then I could be a sportscaster. Oh, yeah, and then what? He said, well, then I'll have some more money. And then what? So then I'm
buy more things.
Buy more things. That was it. Then I could buy some more, whatever he said. And then, and finally, we kept pushing to the last one. It was like, and what do you get from getting this? And finally, after a litany, I'll be happy.
Happiness.
I'll be happy. So I remember Rob and I looked at him, and Rob says, well, you could be happy from day one. You didn't need to do any of this stuff to be happy.
Because even if he actually did do all of those things, even if you simply could say, well, that was a circuitous route, but at the end it did bring happiness, that would be different. But we know you go through this whole circuitous route,
don't pick it
and
up.
at the end you're still not happy.
No, that's what the rich people are. They got all this money, but they're not happy. And it's like, yeah, well, you can buy anything you want. It's like, yeah, but at some point buying is not happy. I was happy to have it. And I said, well, happy didn't have to be it. Happy could be happy. But people have been programmed to conform to a machine that requires them A, to work, and B, consume. Work and consume, work and consume. And that will make this machine work like this, okay?
We came here to create. We came here to experience love. We have a sensory system. If it's not love, it takes us away from our creation. We came here to have the joy of what? Heaven on earth. And all of a sudden I say, earth is heaven. Earth is where you came to create. And then if you get misdirected in your creation, you can then create the world that we have. A world that doesn't look that good to me, And I go, so why is this all relevant?
is because we are truly powerful creators, and we have given up the belief that we have any power at all. I'm afraid of this, I'm afraid of that. And I'm going, well, there you go. Fear means close down. Growth is open. They're opposite. Growth is to be open and in love. Fear is to close down in protection. We cannot survive by closing down. Anything that closes down will die. And so we have to, it's the fear. And then I say, so what about Bruce? Because you might ask me that question. What stopped the fear in my life was I owned my spirituality as a scientific reality. I didn't go through a devotional phase, not spiritual, and then I had to learn a lot of stuff, and then I became spiritual. I was a biologist and saw I am not in here. I am a broadcast. And that moment of, I cannot die. You cannot die. You're not in there, but you have to not, like have a devotion to spirituality. It's either you believe spirituality or you don't believe it. And for me, it wasn't a devotion. It was a scientific mechanism. And the relevance was the moment I saw that, my life just like, boom. And what happened? I said, I lost fear. And if you're not in fear, no one can control you, because fear is what makes you give up the power to someone else.
You talk about, again, in your first book, about how cells automatically move away from toxicity and towards nutrition.
Yes.
And it seems that as human beings, that's something that we're trying to do, but we get it wrong a lot of the time. We're trying to move away from unhappiness, or what we think makes us unhappy, and towards what we think makes us happy, but we get it muddled up, don't we?
Well, yeah, but you see, the key word you said is what we think makes us happy.
That's right.
So, I mean, I was caught in that in the old days, too. Before I became aware, I thought at one point, wow, I'm going to buy that little, that car. I bought a car that looked like a Ferrari called the Pantera back in the 70s. And I thought, okay, I'm going to be happy. I got this great car. So I got the car, and about like 3 days later, it's like, now I got this car. I'm not any happier. And as a matter of fact, I got now 3 speeding tickets because every day I took the car out. Of course, I couldn't go 30 miles an hour with it. So every day, it was like the car became a burden to me. And it was all of a sudden, so, well, that whole program that Ferrari is going to make you happy, that was a misprogram. It wasn't the car that makes you happy. And I started to find out it wasn't the material things that make you happy. What makes you happy? Love makes you happy. Good food will make you happy. Harmony in your environment makes you happy. These things are, harmony in your environment, where's the price tag on that one, Basically, having a relationship with somebody that supports you and fulfills you, where's the price tag? We always bought that, money gives you happiness. So we had all those billions of people out there every day running in the streets. How much money can I make? Because if I get enough money, I'm going to be happy. And then you find out even people with the most money are not happy. And programming was wrong. If we were programmed to seek out companionship and community and love, that's where you make us happy. We also bought this, and it's not true, that there's somebody in the subconscious. Meaning, if my conscious finds my subconscious engaging in some behavior that's not supporting it, then my conscious is talking to myself, and my conscious is saying, Bruce, God, that was stupid. You could do better than that. And you're having this inner dialogue, and you're talking to yourself and being very upset about the fact that your behavior seems to be out of control. Who are you talking to? And I love this because the reality is we're thinking we're talking to ourselves, and that's going to fix something. And what is it going to fix? Well, the program's in that subconscious. And here's where the problem lies. Subconscious is a tape player. There's nobody in there. The same exact truth holds in this case. Get a tape player, put a cassette tape in it, push play, the program's running, and you don't like the programming, so here's what I want you to do. Go up and talk to the tape player. Go up and talk to it. Suggest that it change the program. Even tell it what you want it to play. Do all this, and then you realize the program still plays, it doesn't change, and then you get more upset with yourself. Why? Because you've asked this program to change, it's not changing yet. Then you get mad at yourself, you start yelling at yourself, and now you're berating yourself because you can't control the tape. Then that doesn't work, and then of course the last step, you have to bring God in because obviously you tried to change your life and it didn't work, so only God has to come in here now and change the tape. And the joke is, How much talking to a tape player does it take before the tape changes? And the answer is you can talk till you're blue in the face and it will not change. It's not that you can't change the tape, but you have to learn how to push the record button. And then you can record new programs in the subconscious. But our old belief system, like conventional psychology, let's go over and find out why my life is this way. Oh yeah, my mom did this to me, and my dad did this, and my friends did this, and now I make a whole list of all the reasons why my life is this way. I'm very clear. My conscious mind's got, oh my God, I could play that movie. I can see it. And the question is, now that you're aware, did it change the tape player? And the answer is no. And that's why people get so upset. They go through all of this psychology, counseling and stuff. They know all the reasons. They still have the same life. So the issue is, you want to make change? Then you have to learn how to engage the tape player in a record mode and not just talk to it.
Being a biologist, I want to talk about a different aspect of service, but it's the same thing, because my dear friend Savaji was talking about service and how we can influence the world around us. I want to give you an interesting biological insight about your own personal consequence of being in service. And basically, it has to deal with the DNA in your cells. I say, what does that mean? I say, well, the DNA is the genetic code. I say, and every time the cell divides, you have to copy that code. And so if I can try to make an image with my hand here, imagine my arm is the DNA. And I say it's time to copy it. There's a protein, so let's say the microphone, okay, thank you, that my hand is the copying device. It's like a train on a railroad track. As the train moves down the DNA, it leaves behind a copy of the DNA it just rode over. I say, well, that's really cool, except guess what? When the train gets to the end of the DNA, it can't copy the part where the train is sitting on it. So it copied everything all the way up to here, but can't copy this piece. So when I copy it, the new piece is shorter than the original piece. And so every time you copy, every time the cell divides, the DNA gets a little shorter than it did before. And I say, well, why is this relevant? Because if you make a shorter piece of DNA when you copy it, then every time you're copying it, you're interfering with the genetic code. So it's like, well, nature would say, oh my God, if every time the cell divides, pretty soon I'll chop that DNA up and I'll have a problem. But nature, of course, being quite intelligent, adds a piece of DNA at the end that is not the gene. It's just an extension. It's called a telomere. You may have heard the word telomere. And I say, what is it? It's an extra railroad track, but it's not the genes. And I say, why is it relevant? Because every time I copy it, I lose a piece of the telomere, but I didn't cut into the genes. And I say, well, what's aging all about? And here's what we now know. Aging, depression, and disease result when you copy the DNA so many times that you run out of that track of telomere, and the next time you copy, you're cutting off the gene, which interferes with your biology. So originally it was thought, oh, the telomeres have a fixed length, and every time it divides, you lose a piece of the length, and the scientists back in the 60s, Leonard Hayflick, calculated how many times can a cell divide before it runs out of telomere? And it came out, oh, it was about 50 to 60 cell divisions. I say, well, why is that relevant? Because our stem cells, which keep us alive, when they keep dividing, what happens after your stem cells went through 50 cell divisions? Now your stem cells won't work anymore, and now you can't replace your cells in your body. And that's when they said, oh, humans have a given lifetime. 90, 100 years at max. And that's your lifetime because that's when you run out of telomeres. That was very depressing because it says, oh my God, if I'm under stress, I actually cut the telomeres even faster. The more stress you're under, the more they disappears. Now, and it was because of, again, a woman scientist, because they always come up with the neat stuff that the men are not looking at. A woman scientist found there was an enzyme called telomerase, telomerase. And I say, what's that enzyme? It adds the length of the telomere. So as the cells are dividing, if you can activate this enzyme, it will extend the telomeres so the cells have a relatively unlimited lifespan.
And so the relevance is the belief that we only live 100 years is mainly a consequence of not being able to continue to extend the telomeres in a normal person. So they started to find out, well, what influences the telomere? Well, the biggest thing is lack of love. If you have a lack of love, the feedback will shut off the telomerase enzyme. If you have stress in your life, stress shuts off the enzyme. If you have no gratitude or appreciation of life, it shuts off the enzyme. Why? Well, if you don't like life, then why give you extra life? That's the enzyme is just responding. But now it comes down to the opposites of those. Love and self-love, which is most critical, is one of the big drivers of telomerase. Gratitude and joy of being in this world enhances the enzyme. Why? If you love the world, you want more, and the cells will give you more. But now, and it's a beautiful question, the most important contributor to telomerase activity is service. That you are doing something on this planet, you have a mission to do something, and that your nervous system is telling your cells, I'm not ready to go, I have a job to do. And caregivers, for example, live an extraordinarily longer, healthier life than other people. Why? A caregiver's mentality is, I have to service and help these people, and therefore I cannot leave yet, and I have to be healthy. The feedback from the nervous system to the cells activates telomerase. So the simple line is this: if we have a mission and we have something to do on this planet, you will activate telomerase. Service is one of the primary things. So it says if you're just meandering through the earth, nice, you're going to end around 90. But if you're in service to the world, you can extend your life. And right now, biologists somewhat agree that our minimum lifespan is 140 years.
Something you look at in spontaneous evolution too is how science and spirituality are coming together. They used to be very separate. There used to be
absolutely.
The scientific world, which was very factual driven, and that's that, and you couldn't change it. And spirituality was trying to open up things, but they really are meeting now, aren't they?
Yeah, it was interesting because the spiritual world of religion was talking about the invisible moving forces that shape the physical reality, and we call them spirit. And then science only came into existence because it made a detente with the church. In the very early days of science, it said, look, we won't tread on your invisible spiritual domain. We will just study the physical world. And when Newton was able to predict the movements of the planet by just looking at the physical features, then scientists got the idea as well. If you can understand how the universe operates by just studying the material world, we don't need that invisible stuff. But in 1925, Newtonian physics was incorporated, subsumed by a bigger physics called quantum physics. And quantum physics emphasizes the universe is made out of energy, it's not made out of matter. And then I say, well, what does the quantum physicists call this energy that the universe is made out of? And I say, well, they call it the field. I say, what's the definition of the field? I love this. Invisible moving forces that influence the physical world. I go, my goodness, that's the same definition as spiritual that's used for spirit. And I go, yes, quantum physics emphasizing the invisible field as primary to the physical world is essentially reiterating the statement of the spiritual people who talked about the invisible forces shaping our physical existence. And so, by definition, science, the new science of quantum physics, is bringing us back into alignment with the spiritual reality. Hopefully, the dogmatic beliefs of the church, which had talked about these wonderful terms but didn't allow us to live there, and science, which is still stuck in its material plane, will both divest themselves of their dogma and allow us to come together and recognize that we're all part of that invisible field, that we don't even live in our own bodies, if you understand the nature of how the cell works, that we are part of the field being downloaded into our body, that we're all, by definition, the field, or we're all spiritual, same definition. And if we recognize this, the unity of it, and that you cannot be taken out of the field, and you cannot be, in a sense, punished by the field, you are the field, then maybe the beliefs, those very restrictive beliefs from both science and from the dogmatic religion, will disappear, because the people owning their own spirituality, owning their own responsibility, and not saying, oh, it's spirits that did this or things, other factors, that we are the creators, will generate a new world. Because what I firmly believe is very simple. Go out and talk to the average person anywhere in the world and say, if you could create a world, what would you like? Well, I'd like a world where there's peace and harmony, and I'd like some food and a job. And I go, isn't it amazing how everywhere you go in the world, virtually the entire population has the same belief? And I go, then how come we don't have it? And the answer is because the leadership isn't exercising that belief. So I trust the people to take over the leadership of this world, and that the structure that is actually in a state of collapse. When it collapses, this will be our opportunity to evolve from the very destructive Darwinian perception of a world into a more holistic holism that says we're all part of the same system, we're all cells in the same body, and when we work together, we will create magic on this earth like nothing has ever been seen before. So I'm very optimistic about that. Yo ho ho and a bottle of rum, the dead man's on the la la la, the la la la. Oh wow, what a glorious day to be sailing on the sea. I think I should be checking my bearings at this point. North by northwest, that's right. Hank told me, take a left at the island, then follow north by northwest until I go toward the sunset. But it should be here somewhere. Kong Island should be somewhere, but it's not here. I think I better check my calculations again. So I left Port Moresby at 12, and going at 8 knots, by 12:35 we should have been over here. Take the left at the island, and then we follow the tangent of the cosine of 381 for 8 minutes to the right, and then we should be approaching toward Kong Island. Uh-oh. I'm lost at sea. What should I do now? I knew I should have trusted my feelings when Hank gave me directions. It just didn't even feel right. And in today's world, we're told, don't go by the feelings. If I did, I would have probably been better off at this moment. So when we recognize we have to make a decision, we can do it in 2 fundamental ways. First, do an assessment, an analysis of step by step, what does this decision mean and why should I choose it? But when you get to the end, before you absolutely take that information and make a decision based on that, ask your heart. And the reason why is this: the heart doesn't care about the individual steps in the decision. The heart only looks at the conclusion. Either you get more energy from this decision, a good vibe, a feeling that this is right, or the heart will give you a feeling of bad vibes, less energy, a feeling that maybe this isn't the right answer. So the significance is really profound, because the heart just reads energy. And higher energy is more life, less energy is less life. So in making a decision, yes, it's acceptable to do the analysis, but before you come to that final decision, please check in with your heart. Feel the feelings. If the feelings are good, that means go toward that direction. But if you feel questioned about it, you feel weaker about it, doesn't just feel right, the heart is telling you right off that that energy is not good for you and you should use some other decision. Oh, wow. That's so wonderful. What a wonderful way to make a decision based on these feelings. And they can help us find the direction that we need to go in and lead us to a better life. Uh-oh. I guess that's not really working for me at this moment. Whoops. Oh well. Computer, end simulation. Scotty, how many times have I told you not to leave me off at sea? You know I can't swim. Meet me at the bridge. You have some splaining to do. On a beautiful spring day, Bill is celebrating his 16th birthday, and his father hands him the keys to the car and says, Bill, this is your first solo trip. Please be careful and enjoy this experience. Thanks, Mom. Thanks, Dad, for letting me use the car. He's very excited when he sees his friends and waves hello to them, being the proud owner of a new driver's license. Hi, Miles. Hey, I really like your new electric train set. Hi, Gabe, Lily, Annabelle. I want to come and visit you tomorrow and jump on your trampoline. Oh, this is so wonderful. And he drives down the street further, and all of a sudden something catches Bill's attention. Oh, the check engine light is flashing. It's red. I don't know what to do. Something might be wrong, but I told Dad I'd take care of his car, and the engine light's flashing. I don't know. Not sure what it is, Bill drives into the local gas station where he sees the mechanic. There's a gas station. I'm going to go in there. Whew, wow, I'm lucky I made it into the garage before anything went wrong with the car.
Well, Bill, what seems to be the problem here?
Well, hi, Mr. John. I'm having a problem with the service engine light that's flashing. I don't know what to do about it.
Well, Bill, that'll be easy fix. You go wait in the waiting room and I'll come and get you when the job is done.
Thank you, Mr. John. My dad will be real happy to have the car fixed. Bill goes into the shop and the mechanic gets behind the wheel.
Well, it's the red check engine light for sure.
And he puts his hand up under the dashboard and he pulls out the light bulb from the service engine light warning lamp.
Oh, I got a good idea. Well, that'll stop it from blinking for sure.
Now the lamp isn't flashing anymore. The engine is running. The car seems to be in very good condition. Wow, the check engine light is off. I'm so happy Mr. John fixed this car because Dad would be very happy too.
Happy to be of service, Bill.
He feels very happy and excited about this because now he's going off to finish the wonderful drive in the country that he started a little while ago. But, unbeknownst to Bill, the problem has not been solved with the issue in his car.
Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! I thought the car was fixed! I thought it was fixed!
And the moral of the story is very profound because it's a metaphor about life. Consider your body as a vehicle such as a car. However, instead of a dashboard with lights on it, we have emotions and symptoms that express how our vehicle is running. So we should recognize this. When we have feelings in our body and when we have symptoms, these are not negative experiences. These are very important information providing awareness messages. These are messages that something is going on in our body that we have to deal with. But by eliminating the symptom, we didn't eliminate the problem. I've got no more water and I've got no more food. I can't survive by staying in protection. In order to survive, I have to go out because I can grow on the outside. And I can't go out there because there's so many scary things out there that can threaten my life. But wait a minute. It was in quantum physics. Yes, quantum physics, the most valid science on this planet. Here it is. Consciousness is creating our life experiences. Wow. I have to have a different consciousness. I can't be afraid because the stress shuts off my immune system and the stress shuts down my growth and maintenance of my body. I have to change that consciousness. I can't be in fear. I have to recognize how powerful I am. I am a co-creator of the world. I am strong. I am healthy. I have to maintain this as a way of life, a belief system before I go out there. But now that I'm aware, I no longer fear going out there.
The world can often present us with a frightening reality, but sometimes the fear we experience only exists in our minds. And now for Bruce, fear only exists in the Twilight Zone.
For some incredible Eckhart Tolle motivation, check the video right there next to me. I think you'll love it. Continue to believe, and I'll see you there.
The most powerful way to manifest is feeling that it's already here. And that can only rise out of the fullness of being, of presence in the present moment, because then you merge the image of what you want